Welcome. I want to call to order the meeting, City of Sammamish, City Council regular meeting, Tuesday, February 4th, 2020. First thing we have is the roll call. Clerk, you want to call roll?
Deputy Mayor Christy Malchow.
Present.
Mayor Karen Moran.
Present.
Councilmember Ken Gamlin.
Present.
Councilmember Jason Ritchie.
Here.
Councilmember Chris Ross.
Present.
Councilmember Pam Stewart.
Here.
Councilmember Kent Treen.
Present.
Councilmember Treen, would you like to lead us in the pledge?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next up is the approval of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Say yes.
Aye.
Opposed? 7-0, excellent. Next up is public comment. Public comment is an opportunity for the public to address the council, 3 minutes limit per person, or 5 minutes if representing the official position of a recognized community organization. If you would like to show a video or PowerPoint, it must be submitted or emailed by 5 p.m. at the end of a business day to the city clerk, Melanie Anderson, at manderson@sammamish.us. Please be aware that the council meetings are videotaped and available to the public. I'm apologizing up front if I do something off to somebody's name. First on our list is Sherry Valderrama.
And he prepared some statements, which I believe he forwarded to you earlier today, and I will just read them. He has written, in my last public comment on January 7th, I raised concerns about the process for hiring a new city manager for Sammamish. During the last 2 years, our city has gone through 4 city managers, 2 permanent and 2 interim. This speaks volumes not only about the inability of the council to make effective hiring decisions, but also to set up and manage to a clear set of performance goals and objectives to ensure alignment between council, city management, and staff. The resulting dysfunction in the city is clear and manifests itself in unprecedented staff turnover, reduced productivity, confusion on direction and priorities, and an overall lack of progress on key areas of importance to our city. The staff morale is at an all-time low, culminating in unionization for the first time in our city's history. The council needs to hold itself accountable for these failures and learn from their mistakes. You are the sole body to appoint, manage, and fire the city manager. The mistakes are costly, not only in the dysfunction at all levels, but also in the exorbitant exit packages the council has granted to departing city managers, far in excess of their contractual agreements. The citizens of Sammamish should not have to foot the bill for the council's mistakes. The council is now planning to hire a new interim city manager while it conducts a search for a permanent city manager. Given the many critical issues facing our city, the council needs to proceed with care in hiring for this role. The process should be open and transparent. The position description, including all the required qualifications, should be adhered to. Yet many have heard that the council is preparing to offer the position to a candidate who does not meet the minimum requirements outlined for the job. Of concern is not only the reported dismissal from consideration of any of acting city manager Chip Corder's recommended candidates, but also the consideration reportedly being given to a candidate who only has some of the minimum qualifications needed, who does not have experience in Washington State while the city struggles to address Washington State-specific requirements for growth management and concurrency, and who is related to a current director within the staff, which would at best create a potential appearance of nepotism or conflict of interest. Why, given the past 4 council failures to select a city manager, would you now consider candidates who do not meet set minimum standards? In the past, the city manager hiring process has been transparent and included in open public interviews for the finalists. Given the importance of this position, interim or permanent, the council should strive for transparency, ensure that any candidates considered meet the minimum qualifications, and hold open public interviews for this city manager position. Thank you.
Next on our list is Catherine Lowe, followed by Phil Ritter.
Hi.
Absolutely.
Hello. I'm Catherine Lowe. My home is at 20502 Northeast 43rd Street in Sammamish. I'm here to address the security camera policy being considered tonight. This policy expands the use of cameras to city parks, and I am strongly opposed to this. First, I'm not convinced of the necessity for surveillance. Crime statistics presented to the Parks and Recreation Commission show very few crimes in the 3 parks currently targeted for surveillance. This low level of crime doesn't warrant surveillance. Second, the scientific literature around the effectiveness of surveillance is mixed. Some studies demonstrate reduction in crime while others don't. Where is the data for the crime reduction around City Hall as a result of surveillance by the current cameras in place? I would love to see it. Have they been more effective than the cameras in the Wise parking lot, the community center? Because despite their presence down there, an employee there told me that car break-ins still occur on a regular basis. A bit further away, Marymore Park in Redmond has no security cameras, except for one on the commercial dog washing building adjacent to the parking lot. In the years it has been in place, many break-ins have occurred. Only one was solved using data from the camera. These are anecdotal stories, but they provide questions about the effectiveness of those cameras. Third, the policy states that video surveillance is just a substitute for eyes on the ground. That when we are in public places, other people can see us and that the cameras are just the same. Not true. Sure, people see each other in parks, police can see us, but people are not recording. People are not keeping those records, and those records are not liable to public record review or release. Anyone can make a public record request, including stalkers and abusive exes, and once the request has been made, the record must be maintained for 2 years. If I happen to be in a recording distributed via PRR, I'm in that recording forever out there in the Netherlands. Fourth, this policy is too broad and too vague. There are no limitations on where cameras will be placed in the parks or whether adjacent private property will be captured on video. And there's no true limit on how long the recordings are saved. The language in the policy says may be saved, not shall be saved. May be deleted, not shall be deleted after the time limit. In addition, there are no guidelines for the level of crime required to trigger installation, nor are there any provisions for judging the effectiveness of the cameras. I go to the parks to escape the hectic life we live. I go to experience the calming influence of nature. Being videotaped without consent is not calming and is an escalation of the high-tech intrusions into many aspects of our lives. I do not want to be surveilled while I'm in the parks, and as a native plant steward, I do not want to be surveilled when I work in them. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Okay, girls, you're not going to make me do these names, right?
Good evening. My name is Laishri Ranjith.
Good evening. I'm Annika Razdan, and we are both juniors at Eastlake High School. Today, we'd like to address the K4C agenda item, which, as you know, we have addressed in this past week, but we'd like to reinforce public support for it from the youth.
So there are many climate activists within the high school and outside of our high school that support city legislation moving towards green energy, transportation, and cutting down on emissions. K4C, we feel, presents a perfect opportunity for Sammamish to lead the way in securing our youth's future and protecting our living forest.
Lyshri and I are founders of a program called Go Green or Go Home, where members of our community are invested in promoting climate change. Education can be climate ambassadors. Currently, we have 15 teen ambassadors and 4 adult ambassadors who write blog posts, speak at local middle schools and high schools, and present fact sheets at community events about small changes people can make to become more eco-friendly.
This program reaffirmed one of our thoughts. We know that members of the Sammamish community will take the necessary action if informed and prompted about easy actions they can make in their lives to go eco-friendly. There are some aspects that not everyone is on board with K4C, but we feel that there are ways to address some of them. For example, we know that there were concerns about understaffing, but perhaps we could create a volunteer program or teen internship program, because we know most, if not all, of our ambassadors would jump at the chance to volunteer for the city.
Additionally, Puget Sound Energy conducts energy conservation assessments where they visit homes and provide tips on how to conserve energy specific to each home. Best of all, these services are free. The city can promote this and reduce energy consumption in the process, working towards fulfilling K4C's initiatives. Our family and friends have all gone through this process already without any complaint, so we know Sammamish citizens will be on board with this. Another K4C initiative that is totally achievable by Sammamish citizens is working towards more public transit. We know that creating a park and ride is in the works right now, favoring building it at CWU, as you'll hear in the presentation later. This would both reduce traffic with less cars and reduce emissions, a major aspect of K4C.
During the summer, when I lived in Redmond, I attended a summer camp in Seattle, and every day I took the public bus. This both allowed me to experience independence and freed up time for my parents, which would be otherwise stuck in the horrible Seattle traffic. Public transit would be really beneficial for teenagers who either can't afford to buy a car or have busy parents, so this would provide connections to cities like Bellevue or Seattle. Furthermore, K4C aligns very closely with the sustainability plan already proposed by multiple members of the City Council.
Signing on to K4C rather than just continuing with this independent plan allows us the resources of a multi-city initiative which has many years of experience. Due to the many benefits of K4C and the large constituent support for it, we believe City Council should have plenty of impetus to consent to Sammamish's engagement with K4C. Thank you.
And now Mr. Ritter.
Aren't those guys great? So I'm here to speak to the recommitment to K4C. My name is Phil Ritter. I'm a resident of Sammamish. I'm a CPA financial consultant working with nonprofit affordable housing developers, and I'm a member of the steering committees of 350 East Side and the People for Climate Action, and a board member of Community Climate Solutions. 350 East Side has about 3,000 local residents who support our mission to mobilize for a transition to 100% renewable energy for all, no fossil fuel projects anywhere, and not a penny more for dirty energy. We're working on the campaign to create a public utility district to provide electricity to eastern King County. People for Climate Action was formed in 2018 by a broad coalition of local environmental groups for the express purpose of helping local cities, including Sammamish, develop climate action plans which actually reduce greenhouse gas emissions. PCA has active city groups in more than a dozen cities in King County. PCA volunteers have studied the climate action plans of a number of cities like Portland, Oregon, Cambridge, Massachusetts, and Fort Collins, Colorado, which have cut their greenhouse gas emissions while experiencing population and economic growth. In my housing work, we need to do a lot of planning and projecting, and I know that a successful planning effort needs a clear picture of what we want the future to look like. The K4C goal is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by half by 2030, 10 years from now. What is that going to look like for Sammamish? Can we imagine having half of our vehicles burning no gasoline or diesel fuel, having fewer cars on the road thanks to easy shuttles to the light rail, having our commercial and residential buildings converted to high-efficiency electric heating and cooling, having our electricity provided by a public utility district which sources its electricity from renewable sources, solar, wind, and hydro, instead of the 60% fossil fuel sources we have now. Ideally, the city will have the help of federal and state government at some point to move toward this future, but there are many actions the city can put in motion now. Can I have the representative of organizations for the additional 2 minutes? I won't take that amount of time. But the city clerk said these were organizations that were recognized. Thank you. Free transit passes for youth, requiring an energy usage analysis for commercial and residential buildings to be provided to prospective buyers at the time of sale, requiring electric vehicle charging stations above and beyond the current requirements, and using the city's website, which has a lot of credibility in the community, to inform local residents on how they can reduce their household contribution to greenhouse gas emissions. The King County Council, with the support of PCA, recently passed a resolution and a budget appropriation of $65,000 to develop a toolkit for City Climate Action Plan, which can be customized to the needs of each city. PCA has experienced volunteer professionals to help support city staff with the documentation needed to participate in this joint multi-city effort and to help organize public meetings to obtain citizen input. Our organizations support these young people in their efforts to get us moving in response to climate change, and look forward to supporting the city of Sammamish in your efforts to join with other local cities to expand on the positive work done by the K4C collaboration since 2014. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to address the council this evening? Wow, a quiet evening. Okay, thank you. Oh, I do have one.
Hello, my name is Mary Wichter, and I live at 408 208th Avenue Northeast in Sammamish. I want to speak just on a couple things tonight. Outside in the hall is the art gallery for City Hall, and there's an exhibition by artwork by Anna McCrae. And in case you don't know her, if you've ever read the comprehensive plan, I believe she was actually hired to do the artwork. So I printed for each council member one of the pages from, there's an introduction, land use, environment conservation, housing, transportation, utilities, parks, capital facilities, and shoreline. But anyway, it's just really nice artwork. And on the front cover, you also see the integrated poetry. There's a haiku on each one. So I just want to bring your attention to that. I had noticed that when I was reading the comp plan for the first time, and you can enjoy the artwork. And thanks to the city clerk, we have a display of it. So that's artwork by Anna McCrae, and I can't read who the haiku is by, but it's the same person for all of them. So thank you for integrating that in the comp plan, and I just wanted people to know because it was cool, and I used to actually have kids at the same elementary school as me, so I did meet her for a time. Then the second thing I've handed out to all council members is a open space tree donation form. This is from one of the homeowners associations in Bozeman, Montana. I did grow up in Bozeman. It was about 20 to 30,000 people when I lived there. When I moved to Sammamish in 2000, it was about 30,000. Both cities are headed to about 60, 70,000 population. So there's a lot of similarity. And one of the things I wanted to touch on is I picked up last time I was in Bozeman doing work. It's a Urban Forestry Management Plan brochure from about 2008, 2009 in Bozeman. That's when they had their plan implemented, and they're kind of updated it and doing other things. But there's just some really good things in here. And the reason I'm reading it to you is I know it's coming first to Planning Commission and soon. But if there's anything that you guys see or hear or that you want or you didn't like in the Urban Forestry Management Plan, I don't think there's a process where council can say, hey, we're interested in this stuff, to make sure that it gets considered at Planning Commission, so then when it comes to you, it's already there, because I think taking input earlier is more important. So I did read the brochure, and I gave a copy to you, so I hope you will. There's just a few things I wanted to note while I'm here. First of all, one of the ways you do climate change is to plant a tree, so they give you lots of different ways to do that. And if you plant a tree, you go to the city for a free permit, and they tell you all the cool stuff you need to know to choose and plant a tree and where you can do it. Since 1994, they had 825 trees that were planted in Bozeman through a cost share program. I think that's worthy of consideration. Bozeman also requires 75% of boulevard areas be covered with live vegetation, and then they talk about tree placement. They estimate the value of the urban forest in Bozeman at $30 million, and the forest is made up of approximately 14,000 trees and more than 50 different tree species. They are also a Tree City USA. They also have 4 arborists on staff, and they have a Bozeman Forestry Division. It can reduce carbon dioxide. It increases property values. The one example they give is a 70-year-old oak tree in Bozeman is worth $12,000. So you really don't want to have those cut down. The other thing they do is they use a tree advisory board, which isn't staff, it's people. And I just wanted to share this with you. Hope that you might like some of the ideas and maybe introduce things council would like to see. So when we go through Planning Commission, those would be added first and up front and not have to be kicked in later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. Paul Stickney, 22626 Northeast Inglewood Hill Road. I am here to speak in support of the city adopting the K4C letter in the climate change on King County. And I would add that our 2015 comp plan in the introduction section has a framework for health and sustainability that encompasses all the elements of our comp plan. So the comp plan, instead of having a separate element for health and sustainability, had 13 overarching goals and then specific policies, which I'm not going to read, and I'd stutter too much anyway. But there's specific policies for sustainability goals in land use, environment and conservation, housing, transportation, utilities, parks, capital facilities, and shoreline. So our comp plan is in line with adopting this resolution this evening. So I'm just speaking in support of that. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you to all those that had public comment this evening. Council, next up is the consent calendar.
Move to approve.
I'd like to pull up number 2, please.
Okay, we'll remove 2 and add it to okay, we're going to move it to number 10. Okay, anybody else have anything else they want removed? Okay, so we have a motion on the floor of approve, or of,
We need a second.
Second with the amendment, or the second.
okay, we have a first and a second with the removal of number 2, which will become number 10. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? 7-0, thank you. Next up is presentations, and we have a presentation this evening on the climate change actions in King County.
Mayor Moran, members of the council. David Pyle, Community Development. Tonight, to present to you for your consideration of resolution endorsing the King County Climate Change K4C Joint Letter of Commitment is Sarah Asteri, Management Analyst with DCD, and Rachel Bromba, I believe I pronounced that right, with King County Executive's Office. I'll remain here in the audience if there are any questions that need to be answered in addition to what they're presenting, but I'll let them take it from here.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Sarah Stiri from DCD, and I'm here tonight with Rachel Brombo from King County. We are here tonight to present the updates to the previously approved K4C Joint Letter of Commitment. After the presentation, you will deliberate and decide whether to approve the resolution authorizing the mayor to sign the 2019 K4C Joint Letter of Commitment or not. Tonight, I will provide background information about K4C and the Joint Letter of Commitment, and Rachel will walk you through the updates and answer any question you might have. King County and its 17 partners are working together to directly respond to climate change and reduce global and local sources of climate pollution. All this effort is through the King County Cities Climate Collaboration, or K4C. On February 17, 2015, through the resolution R 2015-617, City of Sammamish signed the interlocal agreement with the K4C, which determined the responsibilities of the members. On September 15, 2015, the City of Sammamish signed the Joint Letter of Commitment through the resolution R 2015-645. And now I will let Rachel to walk us through the updates for the King County Joint Letter of Commitment.
Great. Well, thank you for the opportunity to talk to you tonight about this. So I just want to give a little background about the Joint Commitments Letter. It was initially developed in 2014, and it is separate than the interlocal agreement. The interlocal agreement really is a binding commitment to work together and establishes dues and some just general parameters. The joint commitments are optional and are above and beyond, and really map out pathways and policies and investments that the individual jurisdictions can take. So in 2014, 2015, most partners signed on. Actually, I think your former Mayor Tom Vance signed on behalf in 2015. And a lot of things have happened since 2015. There's been changes to the state regulatory construct. We've had new members. There's been technology changes. And also just increased awareness about the impact of climate change on frontline communities and workers that could be impacted in fossil fuel industries. So we looked to the K4C elected officials at work sessions that we hold twice a year and really recommended a refresh and an update. So not a rework at all, but really a refresh to make sure that it was current and touching on the needs of today. It also reflects an updated emissions inventory. The county runs an inventory every 2 years or so to really assess where our emissions are coming from, whether it's the transportation sector, the built environment, or our electricity supply. So we do that countywide. And also what has driven this is our parallel path on updating our strategic climate action plan. Our last, King County's last plan was in 2015, and we are updating it for 2020. And so to inform that, we had a lot of workshops with both the public and specific stakeholders, such as environmental advocacy organizations or actually the building industry, and really got feedback on what was important to them. And I think we heard some of the similar comments that we heard tonight. So I want to just go over some of the high-level changes. And some things we're going to go over some of the details a little bit later, but I wanted to bring forward the ones that were really some fundamental changes that were key to the update. And one thing is the first one that's really important is that the updates really explicitly recognize that each partner, each city, the county, or the Port of Seattle has its own unique demographics, its own unique geography, its own unique emissions profile, and that there is no one-size-fits-all methodology, and that each jurisdiction has the flexibility to pursue actions and policy and investments where that jurisdiction has the most influence and impact. So really brought that up, particularly given the breadth of differences between the jurisdictions that are members of the K4C. We knew that we had to, that was really important. It's important to the county because we're a little bit different than all the cities too. A key highlight is it adds explicitly the Growth Management Planning Council adopted greenhouse gas reduction targets of 50% reduction by 2030 and 80% by 2050. Those actually were not in the original letter because those were K4C targets, but they had not been adopted by the GMPC at that time. Again, with that eye for flexibility, looking for partners to propose and adopt their own ways to meet those goals. Next one is it reflects the updated county emissions inventory and a new analysis of pathways to reach the county-wide goal. That's our infamous wedge diagram, which is we don't have time for tonight, but really maps out ways that we can reach that trajectory of reduction. Incorporates much, much stronger language around equity and climate justice and transition for workers that I mentioned. It extends our transportation and energy efficiency goals out to 2050, so taking a longer path on some of those that were there before. Adds actions relating to reducing the use of fossil fuels in the built environment, primarily for heating and hot water heating. And it adds language about tools to support the implementation of shared commitments, similar to the toolkit that Mr. Ritter mentioned, and I can speak a little bit more than that. And it adds new sections for electric vehicles, which is really a technology that's grown in the past 5 years. That was not something that we really thought about too much in 2014. And also brings forward explicitly a focus on preparing for climate impacts. Again, something I think was thought about and talked about a little bit less 5 years ago, but that we're seeing the impacts much, much more frequently. So that's really the high-level overview. We have planned out, the next couple of slides are to go through the explicit changes in there, but in the interest of time, I want to make sure that we address specific questions and specific issues. So if there's some that are really important, please let me know, and I'd be able to speak to that first and make sure that we get to that, or if we go on here. So, yeah, sound good? So, your staff did a really great job in doing that cross mapping between the commitments, the pathways, and the policies to the things that you're already doing. I believe one of the other speakers, Mr. Stickney, I hope I have his name right, he mentioned that. And so Sarah and staff really mapped out how this is going to your comprehensive plan and some of your urban forestry plans, and it's work that you're already doing. So in this one, the highlights and this and the slides that we'll see next, the highlights are really the substantive, the substantive changes. And so some you'll see a little bit more highlights and some you'll see less. We did not do every little wordsmithing, and there was quite a bit of that, but the major changes. And this one has two main ideas in it. It's really brings in those growth management planning goals explicitly with that 50% by 2030 and 80% by 2050. A new idea that's also in this pathway is the idea to sequester carbon. Again, something we weren't talking about a lot in 2014, something we talk about a lot more. And frankly, this community can sequester a lot of carbon with your forest canopy. So you guys are in good shape for that. So that's really the change that's on this one. The next one really has a very small change, and this goes to climate policy. And this is where we would agree to advocate for comprehensive federal, regional, and state science-based limits on carbon pollution and seek to reinvest them where they would have the most impact. The new addition on this one, most of this one is the same. The new addition on this one is renewable energy. Again, we've seen a proliferation of renewable energy, particularly as prices go down. So we wanted to make sure that we included that one on this policy commitment. And you can see it already, it aligns with 3 comprehensive plan goals and policy references. The next one here, this one has a really important one also that speaks to the differences in the partners in the K4C. So this one really seeks to reduce per capita mileage. The technical term is vehicle miles traveled, and that's pretty wonky, but really it looks to reduce driving per person by 20% by 2030 and 50% by 2050. Understanding that different areas of the county have varying levels of transit access. This does not mean that residents of Sammamish can drive only halfway to Seattle. It recognizes that there are areas where, at least in the short term, we can really focus that transit and really work to make that super robust, and in the medium and the long term, work to increase transit on the areas that are not so well served now. So this does not mean that we are asking your residents to stop driving half the distance to wherever they're going immediately. We understand there's limitations on that, particularly in the more eastern cities that are part of the K4C. The other part that's really important on here is looking to support Vision 2050, which does support dense cities and supports transit as we can get to it. The other change on this one is increasing mobility and accessibility options for biking, rolling, and walking so that there's alternatives to either riding a bus or riding in a car. So that one's just new, and as we seek to expand that. Next one here. This is a new section, actually. Electric vehicles, clean fuels and electric vehicles was actually part of the transportation. We split it out for the focus on electric vehicles. And really, again, these are countywide, and it's the pathway and the goal is to, the new part is, the goals overall are protect vehicle efficiency standards. Those save money, they save fuel, they also save carbon emissions and particulate matters, but really seeking to increase the use of electric vehicles such that 100% of light-duty vehicles and at least 60% of medium and heavy-duty are electric by 2050. Keep in mind, these are goals. These are not binding mandates. And so the policy commitment that we ask our partners, if it's appropriate, is to enact local codes and programs to incent to require electric vehicle charging within buildings or on development sites, so it's easy to convert to EVs and people don't have the range anxiety that they might have. The next one is energy supply, and this is an existing one. This is one that also changed quite a bit with the passage of the Washington State Clean Energy Transformation Act that will phase out coal-fired electricity sources by 2025 and require 100% clean electricity by 2045. So big changes for our electrical sector. So it seeks to support that by working with partners, working with the utilities to promote this, but also to really promote efficiency, deep energy efficiency. And that's great for 2 reasons. One is that it saves businesses and homeowners money and energy, but also really limits the need for additional generation and additional lines that go through and additional solar plants that people don't want. It's just a way to be really respectful of how we operate. The other one, the project or program on here, and I want to speak to this, is to participate in utility integrated resource plan and energy plan development processes. And this is something that I do. This is something that I do, and I share that knowledge with the K4C staff steering committee. This does not actually expect a staffer to go down to some of these UTC meetings for several hours and listen to the intricacies of utility policy. This is something I do, and part of the benefit of the K4C is that I'm able to do that. King County is able to resource that, and I bring it back and I share. And I bring back either just knowledge or bring back the opportunity for a sign-on letter to influence this policy, either to support or to defend against something. So that's one of the benefits and doesn't require additional staffing. All right, we're going right through these. The next one is green building and energy efficiency. This one has one that is new. It is to strengthen conservation, the use of renewable natural gas, and support the transition to electrical systems to reduce natural gas and other fossil fuel use in existing buildings by at least 20% by 2030 and 80% by 2050. So a very gradual change at first, especially as our electricity supply gets cleaner. We will want to convert systems that are using carbon-emitting fuels to cleaner fuels overall. And also, once we have that, there's also the potential for much more price stability on there and less dependence on foreign or out-of-state supplies of natural gas. So the policy commitment on that is to both support state legislation that advances conversion to clean energy sources. And so what that means is really working with labor and the utilities to develop energy codes that support the transition to highly efficient and low carbon non-residential multifamily buildings, which is where cities have jurisdiction, and to really work on efficiency first of natural gas, of fossil fuels, conversion to electricity, and then the use of renewable natural gas, which there's opportunities for the expansion of that. The next one, not a lot of changes on consumption and materials management. This is recycling. I know you do that in this building. I see the bins. But really looking to achieve a higher recycling rate, keep that waste stream out of the landfills. Let's reuse, recycle. Let's be good stewards of our lands and our products. And it references the recently adopted 2019 Comprehensive Solid Waste Management Plan, which really aims to reach zero waste of resources by 2030. So a longer time horizon and a lofty goal, but something that is adopted by the council that we're looking towards. Next one, again, not a lot of changes on this one. The changes here really references the land conservation initiative, which is a more recent initiative that the county has put forward to really preserve a lot of land for both recreation, for working forest, for habitat. I know that the city of Sammamish participated in a lot of those discussions and was very interested in that. It also references the countywide 30-year forest plan. So the other part of that, the farming part, is really supporting the local food economy through the Local Food Initiative, which is not a new program, but looking to continue to support the farming and ag community that's really important to King County. This one here about operations, this speaks to the own operations, how the buildings operate within the city's own portfolio. And again, this looks for that kind of flexibility that is right for the city, and it seeks to just put more explicitly something that was a little bit looser in the previous commitments, to develop operational greenhouse gas emission reduction targets that support the shared countywide goals and implement actions that reduce each partner's footprint. What's not said in here is reduce consumption and save energy through and save money through saving energy and water. So that's part of it. The other part about the program here is just talking about electrifying municipal vehicles, and that's something that we at the county are looking at, and a lot of other cities. With increasing range, the potential is there to save a lot of money on the operations of those vehicles. The last one here, just want to get to. It's all yellow because it's all new. It's climate preparedness, and this is one where it is in development. There's a lot of work happening at the county and within different forums. The Puget Sound Puget Sound Climate Preparedness Collaborative is a multi-jurisdictional group really seeking to better understand the science behind the impacts of climate change and help develop systems and infrastructure that both protect cities and the county's ability to continue to provide essential services, to keep the lights on, to keep our residents safe, but also to better help our citizens and residents understand the impacts so that they can be safe in their own houses. And I know we're seeing it out here, heavy rain, flooding, impacts there that we didn't expect. So those are the changes there. I have not tied, in every slide I have been negligent and have not tied them back to the comprehensive plan, but they are there. So this was the prepared comments, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have on this.
Deputy Mayor, followed by Councilmember Gamblin.
Yes, thank you for being here this evening and presenting on this. I think everyone, of course, wants to do better for our environment, but I do have several questions, and I kind of held them all for the end. First, I was surprised to see that there aren't more cities that are a part of K4C. Why?
We have a lot of cities. We do not have all. Part of it has been just frankly staff capacity for outreach. And part of it is that we really want a coalition of the willing. We want, if there's a city that feels like it's not the right time or place to join the K4C, by no means would we want to force them to do that. We do have several cities that show up to our elected official work sessions as visitors. They're absolutely welcome. Those work sessions that we hold twice a year, the executive invites every elected official in the county. So there's conversations going on with different cities, but I wish we had more too. But we do have cities that comprise 80% of the county's population.
Okay, so my next question is, which of the 16 municipalities that you have already signed on? Or which ones haven't, since I think we're kind of late here in doing so?
Well, on the updated joint commitments?
Mm-hmm. Yes, please.
So the cities of Mercer Island, Burien, and Kirkland have signed on. And in process, I'm actually going to several city council meetings in the next month, is the city of Issaquah is looking at, and the city of Shoreline is evaluating. And there's somebody else who I'm forgetting, but there's 4 in the hopper right now.
Okay. Hold on, I've got a lot of questions here. I need to click through here. So I did ask just some kind of general overarching questions of our city staff earlier today relative to, by signing on to this, what is the time frame to which you would expect a municipality to initiate some of these policy changes? Like, we just went through our retreat and set our priorities for 2020, and none of these are on it. So what is your expectation if we sign on to this? When would you expect us to get to this?
So the scope and the timing of how you implement these policies and investments and follow the pathways is up to you.
Okay. So no real expectation of time frame, just...
There's a general hope that by signing on and by being part of the K4C, that there is a level of commitment towards cleaner air and a healthier habitat for residents. But it's up to each partner to do what is right for the partner at the time and scope that is right for the partner.
Well, and it's not that I'm not trying to say we're not going to do any of these by signing on. I'm just asking for my own edification. We've got a pretty hefty lift on our work plan, and I'm like, wow, how do we plug these in? Although the city of Sammamish is doing some of these without having signed on, and the electrifying of vehicles is one of them. There's several of them downstairs. The reality of electrifying our entire fleet, unless they get good snowplows that are electric, I don't think we're going to be electrifying those quite yet.
Let me assure you that there will be no public shaming.
I'm sure they're working on it, right? They're working on electric fire trucks. They're just not there yet.
Right.
But I was curious too, from the staff perspective, about costs for us in terms of our capacity for staff time to evaluate these and then implementation. But if there's not a true timeline, tethered to this, then I'm not so worried about that element. I'm happy to see that it's kind of a toolbox, if you will, where if it's appropriate for our jurisdiction, great. If it's not, that's okay too, because the transfer of development rights is something that I don't think is appropriate for our jurisdiction. So obviously, if the council feels like that's not something we can commit to, it's nice that we don't have to. Hold on, I'm just making sure I'm hitting everything so you don't have to come back to me, Karen. Oh, the transit service one, the language in there, I guess, just kind of didn't quite sit with me right, because it says the pathway is to increase transit service and mobility, but we don't have direct control over transit, right? That lies with Sound Transit and the King County Metro. And so I think just, maybe it doesn't matter in signing on to this, but I think the long and short of it is because we don't have direct control, really what we're committing to here is to advocate for more transit in our jurisdiction. And that, again, is something we have, done repeatedly.
I think that's a good read on it.
Okay, good. I just wanted to say, it felt clunky as far as what our capacity and ability really is relative to transit. So, okay, I think that was my questions.
Councilmember Gamblin.
Okay, so again, thanks for coming. Really well done presentation, well thought out. Just a couple of quick questions. So can you define what policy commitment means in your eyes?
Yeah, so the way this is laid out is that in general there's a pathway, and so in this case it's transportation and land use is the goal area in a way, and the pathway is by increasing transit or advocating for transit. And so in this case, the policy refers it'd be policy versus investment, like policy versus program. So policy would be, we want to advocate for increased transit. We want to create a policy that we will aim towards electrifying our vehicles by X date, wherever feasible, or however you want to put caveats in there. So really the policy would be the leadership by the council to make these, to decide to make actions that move towards these pathways, as opposed to, there's other, in here, we didn't see so many, but programs, which would be probably an investment of time and resources into standing up and developing some sort of program that would outreach to residents or some other option like that. I don't know if I'm answering your question or not.
Yeah, thank you. Second question is, my concern with, this is fairly robust, and I have a concern on our staff time and actually the dollars that it will cost. Have you guys done any, or have any numbers on a prediction on what you think a city would spend to go ahead and put something like this and move these policies forward? What does it take staff time? What does it take staff money? What's the impact on our budget, and what's the impact on our staff being able to do this?
Good question. I'm not sure I can answer that quite appropriately, but it depends at the speed and volume at which you adopt things. So there are some cities which I understand have smaller staffs, or the staff wears multiple hats, and that's probably the case here. That would be more often than not. I'm very fortunate that I spend 100% of my time on climate and energy initiatives, and the K4C is a big part of my work portfolio. But that being said, my goals as K4C lead within the county are to alleviate the workload for everyone else. So I think it really kind of depends on how you would want to scope that work. There's some jurisdictions that have hired a sustainability analyst or manager or program manager, and that could be a full-time, somewhat entry-level position that could take the work. The hope there is that there's benefits above and beyond that person's salary. It does not require for you to stand up an entire division or department in order to do this. And so that's where the work that I do and others do, and the sharing of knowledge and programs comes in to alleviate that load particularly, so that we're not reinventing the wheel. Everyone's not reinventing the wheel at their own shop.
Just a thought in the future, if on these points, maybe you could get a generalized number of staff hours, number of staff dollars that an average city could expect, because it would allow us to relate a little bit better rather than commit to this. And then we talked to a city manager about his staff, and he goes, oh my God, we're already up to our nose. And so that might help us and other councils in the future to look at this as a realistically, how do we implement this?
Thank you.
Okay. And the last thing is, again, I'm going to echo what Christie said. I'm sorry, Councilmember Malchow, sorry. Is that on these policy commitments to especially transit, is that we don't control that. We have no control at all on what we get up here. We get not a lot, and it doesn't look like we have a lot on the books for Sound Transit to get more up here. So it's just something to consider also when you're looking at this, that there are very, very different levels. And for transit, we can only ask, we can't commit. Done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Councilmember Train, followed by Councilmember Stewart.
Yeah, I have a lot of concerns, I guess, a lot of questions. The list is long. And so at this time, I don't feel comfortable at all moving forward on making any kind of judgment on whether we should recommend a letter or not recommend a letter due to the number of issues that have been brought up here. So I would move that we table this and move this down so I have time to talk with staff and people about what this is really about and what it's entailing, what it's to do. So, I mean, I'd move to table this right now so that we can move on with our agenda tonight.
Okay, well, let's have the other council members get their questions answered so we can have that part of it. Yeah, we don't have a second on that anyway. Okay.
All right, well, first of all, Rachel, thank you so much. I'm not sure if everyone can appreciate the amount of work that Rachel has put into this. I know just since I've been involved with this, and it's a lot. One thing, could you speak a little bit to some of the work that King County is doing, for instance, with sort of the toolkit or dashboard, because I think that that can help to alleviate some of the concerns. I mean, I think one of the things that I've learned just by participating in a lot of the public outreach and the work sessions has been that I think we all know as good project managers that you can't make progress on something if you don't at least start measuring it. And so one of the things that we discuss a lot at the work sessions is how can we, as individual jurisdictions, start to take some measurements and have our own baselines so that we at least know, we don't really know right now if we're heading in one direction or another, because we don't have those measurements. So could you speak just for a moment to that? And then I do have some other questions as well.
Yeah, thank you. The Climate Action Toolkit was put forward by the King County Council late last year, and I'm project managing it. And what it aims to do is to provide all cities, you don't have to be a K4C partner, with a couple things. And one is the guidance, it's to be a real resource guide, a guidance for how to run an emissions inventory and find out what are the emissions in your jurisdiction. Then the second part is really a resource guide, a toolkit that could be customized to the size, the demographics, the geography, the emissions profile of the city. So big city, small city, coastal city, mountain city. And it will have, when it's done, which will be June 30th, it will have a list of items that staff, elected officials can take in order to address carbon emissions in the transportation sector, in the built environment, in a variety of different areas. So that will be coming out. That, as I believe Mr. Ritter mentioned, that is being paid for by King County, and it will be a resource to all cities that will allow, again, that guidance, that resource, so that staff doesn't have to go through the discovery process and the research process to figure out what, or so you don't have to pay a consultant because we will have paid one.
The other thing that we talked a lot about too was, signing on to this commitment, again, doesn't mean that we have signed on to a specific reduction ourselves, because again, we have to start to measure that and kind of figure out what a reasonable goal for ourselves would be. But it's really, if I understood it correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, was to kind of just signal that intent and to keep it at the forefront as we make policy decisions, as we look at every time we look at code, whether it be stormwater code or development code or any kind of codes we look at, that we have these kind of, sitting up here at the dais front and center, so that we make sure that we're making decisions that would be in support of a lot of these things. And that, I felt like that was a lot of the discussion that we had. Would that be correct?
Yes.
The other thing, I think staff has already gone through and pointed out that most, if not all of these, are already goals that are existing in our comprehensive plan. So we're not necessarily adding new goals. This is just highlighting some of the goals that we already have and the importance of them in terms of trying to help to protect our environment and, in many cases, our health. The other thing that I wanted to point out is that the transit and mobility goal isn't necessarily just about getting more King County Metro or Sound Transit buses here, right? There are transit and mobility goals that we can have internal within our city, right? There are, we already, again, have in our comprehensive plan and as part of our transportation master plan, goals of creating more potential walkability, bikeability, things like that. So it isn't just about King County Metro and Sound Transit, although I would argue that as a member of K4C, that if we identified that in order to achieve some of these goals that are part of the county's goals, that may be an even bigger hammer or lever to help us get more of the transit that we have been asking for. So I see it as a win-win, that we could go back to the county and say, hey, you've established these goals and commitments, and in order for us to meet them, we need you to provide us with the following. The other thing is, from a cost perspective, I'm not sure we should be looking at it as in terms of, can we afford to do it? I think the reality is we can't afford not to. The cost to repair our environment is exponentially greater than the cost to prevent the damage in the first place. And so taking these actions now will be a small fraction of the costs of what it will have to endure if we wait. And so I think the last week when I was down in Olympia, it was, there's no time to waste. There's still time if we act, but there is no time to waste. And then, again, I think it's really important that we start measuring, because we don't know. We may, in fact, already be heading in the right direction and on track to meet these goals. Or maybe we're not. Maybe we're heading in completely the wrong direction, but we don't know that right now. And I think we need to be able to start measuring that. The other thing is that, I don't know that we've actually locked in on a set of priorities. We did have a priority discussion at our retreat, but we didn't really come up with a full set of priorities. And I think the work plan is something that the staff is going to be bringing to us at a future meeting. So I'm not sure we've locked into anything either way. And I don't believe that signing on to this revised letter commits us to anything one way or the other on that work plan, other than we will try to keep these things front and center. And then the last thing I'll say is that I heard pretty loud and clear that we have people who are ready, willing, and able to come in and help us do this work that wouldn't necessarily cost us a lot. It won't be completely free. I realize that we would have to have staff time to help oversee volunteers, but I think that there are a lot of volunteers in the community and in the region that can help. And I also think that there are grants that are also available to help us pay for a lot of these things as well. So I'll leave it at that. And I would actually, are there other people with questions? Okay.
Okay, we have two more with questions. So Councilmember Ross, followed by Councilmember Ritchie.
Thank you. My main area that I'm concerned about is the word commitment. And I feel we do need to see how we align to the comp plan. The key thing that's making this more difficult, rather than a rubber stamp tonight, is that now we have reduction targets. And that, I don't know how we translate that to our actions and what we have, and how it's, our comp plan's more general, and now we're being more specificity. And so I think we need more work to figure out what can we commit to and review this. I think we just need more time to, review it, and so that we can then, quote, commit. We're a K4C member, continue to be so. And I think we are working on all of these elements. But it's disingenuous to the county to tell them that we're going to do 80% when we only can do 40%. So you really have to do a cost-benefit analysis and what we can put into our work plan and what we can afford going forward and make progress. But I think the goals should really come from the cities, not the other way around.
Well, if I may respond, these were formed not just by the county, but through multiple sessions with elected officials from the K4C, and everyone was invited to do that. They built on the 2014, which were communally developed, and then the edits and the changes were developed by elected officials at the K4C work sessions and other conversations. So the county never wants to be in a position where we're telling cities what to do. So I just want to make sure that they were very much
Right.
a ground up.
But my point is, us by signing a letter saying we commit to 80% or any of these many items, the county may be over-relying on that information. So we would just need to be transparent. What can we do and commit to that? And that's the point I'm trying to make. And so I think that the SMAMIS needs to figure out, okay, now that we have these metrics, where are we today in meeting those goals? What do we need to do more to achieve the goals if we're short? And I think that conversation is important, because I do think we should strive to meet these goals. But I don't know if we're there yet, how far short we are. And so I can't say I'm committed to this today, because I don't know if we have the capacity in the near term.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I attended a K4C meeting. I found it very interesting, and I was surprised by the number of cities that were around the table. It's a big table, big room. So the thing that jumped out to me when I reviewed the packet, and when I went through the Exhibit 2 on the updates to the joint letter of commitments, were the verbs. Consider, promote, support, promote, encourage, support, encourage, plan, develop, assess the climate change. I mean, there's a lot of trying to kind of get a larger community, King County overall, into going to kind of row in the same direction. I don't see unfunded mandates on here. I don't see things that are going to cost us a significant amount of money. I do see us generally trying to speak, or the effort here, I think, is to try to get us moving to speak with one voice where possible. And recognizing that we're a collection of different municipalities and everyone has their different points of view, but air and water don't recognize our little city boundaries, right? So in as much as, what this is trying to do is it's a regional effort. And so I support it. I don't see that there's anything wrong with it. I don't think there's anything that's causing us a lot of cost or time on our end. And I think it's something we should be a part of. We should be at the table. And I guess my question with that in mind is, do you see that there are people fearing or concerned about the commitments or the mandates or whatever they see in here that are cost prohibitive? Are you hearing pushback from other municipalities as you've reached out?
Not to date.
Okay.
There's been really strong support by the other jurisdictions that have passed it.
Okay.
And I think some of it is just a matter of perspective on how you view it. And Councilmember Ross's perspective on really wanting to understand is absolutely valid. But there's other perspectives where they've taken it as that is a goal we want to go, and we will figure out our winding path to get there.
Right. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Council, we are going into round 2. I'm going to remind you this is for questions. And we've got first up on round 2, first and final round, is Councilmember Stewart.
I just wanted to ask, I think I already know the answer, but by signing on to this joint commitment, we as the city of Sammamish are not necessarily committing to an 80% reduction. We are committing to trying to figure out what part we need to play so that the county can have an 80% reduction. Isn't that correct?
The countywide emission reduction would be 80%. Yes, playing your part.
Right, because the reality is that a third of the greenhouse gases come from transportation, a third come from the built environment, and a third come from industry. We have no industry, so clearly that is not an area that we would be looking to reduce. So I think that the idea of signing on to this is saying that this is something that we want to commit to over the long term, and we are willing to, as you pointed out, take that first step of let's sign on, let's see if we can get the dashboard in place and start measuring, and then see what we can do, kind of every day and every way as part of the work that we're already doing. And I think that that's the intention, is it not?
Mm-hmm. That's correct.
Okay, well then I'd like to move. Are there more questions?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. All right.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Malchow.
Thank you. Along the lines of the questions that I had posed to staff, and maybe you can, I got an answer, but I didn't see it till tonight because it came at 6:05, but maybe you can confirm what was written in here, because I just had questions that were along the lines of what I'd asked earlier. And this states, on a general level, the draft resolution and draft letter do not commit the city into taking any specific action. The resolution and letter are written in a way that promotes each city doing what it can, when it can, if it's the right time and makes sense for the city to take action. Is that accurate?
Yes, I wrote that earlier today.
You wrote that?
Yes.
Okay, because it came from a staff member.
Oh, it's in there.
Part 4 of the joint
Oh, excuse me.
the principles of collaboration.
I wrote something very similar to that this afternoon in response to some questions. So forgive me. Yes.
From our staff members?
Yes, your
okay,
staff.
They were responding to me, so then it sounds like it was probably a.
Yeah, your staff.
Okay, all right.
Yes, but your staff did reach out to me, and I responded to some questions.
They were okay, and that's fine. I was just trying to make sure that what was in here, and so I think the long and short of it is by signing this, it only has meaning if we actually create some policy. So we don't even. I mean, and I'm not suggesting that we sign on and then not do anything with it, but it really does not obligate us to anything. This is very similar to the letter that when I was the mayor that I signed for the Challenge Seattle, which was affordable housing related. It was a toolbox of items that we could pick and choose from if it was appropriate for Sammamish to undertake. So this isn't committing us to anything, if that helps with fear on this, and because I asked the question about timing, maybe the time will be right this year, and maybe it won't based on our work plan, because staff has said there would be an issue with staffing if we were to throw any of this on this year, because we have already set our work plan. So just keep that in mind as well. I made more questions.
I move. Oh.
Yeah.
That is Councilmember Ross.
Okay, that helped a lot, replaying what you learned. in the response to your question. And I hope we just at least take baby steps, get started, and that's perfectly all right. I think this council, the city wants to make progress in this area. So with that said, and with the new framework that you described it, I'm okay with the letter.
On that note, I would like to move that we sign on, that we pass the resolution to sign on to the joint commitments letter.
Discussion? Really, there can't be any. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is the presentation for the North Sammamish Park and Ride.
Good evening, Mayor Moran and members of the council. My name is Doug McIntyre. I'm a transportation planner with the city. And tonight we have a quick presentation on the updates to the site selection process for the North Sammamish Park and Ride. To my right are Ariel Taylor, Government Relations Officer with Sound Transit. And to her right is Lucian Bruno, who is the project manager for the North Sammamish Park and Ride. The last time we were in front of council was June 3rd, so it's been a little while, and I recognize that 2 of the council members were not directly involved at that time, so we'll have some overview slides as well as some more specific slides about progress. One thing I do want to mention before we dive into the slides is that this presentation has a minor edit to it that was not reflected in the packet. The Sound Transit staff will go over that in specific when we get there. But I just wanted to call that out. It was made this afternoon. So with that, I will turn it over to Ariel and Lucian. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the Sammamish City Council. Thank you so much for having us. As Doug mentioned, my name is Ariel Taylor. I do East King County Government Relations for Sound Transit, and this is
Lucian.
Oh.
Button on the right. There we go. Lucian Bruno, thank you for having us.
All right, so I'm going to start us off with the presentation, and then Lucian will get into a little bit more of the specifics later. And we're happy to answer your questions either during the presentation or at the end, however you would like to do that. So what we're going to cover today, we're going to do a quick overview of the Sound Transit investments here on the east side. That is pretty much East King County. I like to mention it's usually Bothell to Renton and then Mercer Island out here to Sammamish and Issaquah. We'll also go through the North Sammamish Park and Ride project overview and the schedule we're working on, our site selection process. We'll get into what our public involvement has looked like to date, and then, of course, questions and feedback. So this is our East King County project expansion map. As you can see, the area in blue here is the Eastlink light rail line, which is going from downtown Seattle all the way out to the downtown Redmond campus. This line will be open in 2023 to basically the Microsoft campus, which is the Redmond Technology Station. 1 year later, it will open to the downtown Redmond station, which just has that little B on top of it right there. We also have a BRT line, which runs up and down I-405. That will also open 2024. And then we also have long-term vision, a South Kirkland to Issaquah light rail line transferring in Bellevue. As you can see in the green box, we have actually the first Sound Transit 3 investment on the east side is here in Sammamish. This is a 200 stall surface parking lot was scoped in the Sound Transit 3 ballot measure in 2016, opening date of 2024, and the project scope was to have this in northern Sammamish, so basically anything north of 8th Street where we are here. As I said, this is an ST3 early deliverable, which is what we call it, the first of the projects coming out of the gate. 200 surface stalls was scoped in the ballot measure. The total budget for this project, it was $20 million in the Sound Transit ballot measure. This cost that you see here, $23 million, is year of expenditure. So this is, escalated cost given inflation. That is all inclusive, so planning, design, construction is all included in that budget amount. And the public access date is planned for 2024.
Thank you, Ariel. Again, my name is Lucian Bruno, and I didn't give a proper introduction. I am the East Corridor Project Manager in the Planning Department at Sound Transit, one of which is our project here in North Sammamish. I just wanted to go over the kind of overall project schedule. Right now, we are in the planning phase, which has been involving the screening process. We're now in the having the completing portions of the level 3 screening, and in which we'll be identifying a preferred site. The planning will also involve bringing this project into 10% design through environmental review. Following that, we would be going into the 30% design and all the way through final design. Construction would set to begin in 2023, and as Ariel already went over, it would be set to open in 2024. And I would like to say for some additional context, the site is supposed to open in 2024 to coincide, and this you may have already gathered as much, but to coincide with the opening of the downtown Redmond Link extension to be a connecting service. This is just kind of a little bit more detail on our project scope and basically how it's going to be carried from the planning phase through conceptual design, conceptual engineering, environmental review, et cetera. Here's the project area as originally mapped out in the ST3 voter package. You'll notice that this is in the northern half of Sammamish, north of 8th Street, as Ariel mentioned already. The key here is that the corridor is within a quarter mile of 228th Avenue Northeast and Sahali Way. This is because it is the primary transit corridor where buses are operating currently and where they will be operating to connect future riders to the Southeast Redmond Station located at Marymore Park.
So I'll jump back in here. So you might remember, those of you who were on council when we were here last, in June we came to you with, we had originated with 15 sites that we had looked at with help from your staff, and a request for expressions of interest. Am I making sure I'm getting the term correct? We gathered 15 sites here in northern Sammamish that fit sort of our project criteria. Of those 15 sites, we carried 5 forward that seemed like they were the most suitable. And suitable was, could we actually put parking on this facility? Was it within the transit corridor? Criteria like that. We brought those 5 sites to you here in June, and you helped us whittle that 5 down to 3. And those 3 sites are indeed the sites that we have carried into our level 3 screening, which we are currently wrapping up now, but have not finalized. So these are our level 3 sites. The first one here you'll see is the JCL property, which is just right across here from City Hall, I think that way, if I'm doing it correctly. There we go. I think this is on a timer. I need to talk faster. The Town Center STCA site, this is actually both the JCL property and the STCA site are both within the Town Center zone, as we like to say. I think that is your city code, if I'm looking at Doug. Hopefully he's nodding. Okay. And then the Central Washington University site. I will note that we're not looking at the full parcel for any of these. We're really looking at a smaller segment. We're not displacing anyone. We're not trying to, put the park and ride on top of the school, nothing like that. So that is where we're at with level 3.
So with level 3 screening criteria, as Ariel mentioned, we wanted to focus on cost, risk, and feasibility overall. And the main point of that is to understand where we can actually build this project as scheduled, as scoped, and as budgeted in the ST3 plan. There are kind of 3 overarching assumptions that aside from all of the screening criteria here that we had to follow. The properties were given scores of low, medium, and high, and this was kind of relative to each other, also within the realm of kind of what's possible. That was actually 2 assumptions, excuse me. So there was the ranking that I explained of low, medium, high being more favorable, low being less favorable. They're ranked relative to each other. And then the final assumption is that we needed to assume this project as if we were going at it alone. We need to always keep in mind kind of worst case scenario. And so we need to fully understand and be assured that we would be able to deliver this project within budget and by the time that we've promised the public that we would do so. So we're going to go briefly through the properties. Again, as Ariel mentioned, the outlines here are showing the kind of potential footprint that a surface level parking lot would take up in order to allow space for the allotted 200 stalls. We have here the JCL property, which advantages are that it is large enough to accommodate the surface parking, located near community amenities. There is the potential for shared parking, no displacement of current uses. There is good pedestrian and auto access. The 2 main disadvantages, as we did hear from the public, this is the most southern location. So it is the furthest from the connecting point at Southeast Redmond Station, and it does have a high acquisition cost. There's the SDCA property. Again, it shares some advantages with the JCL site, location near community amenities, potential for shared parking, and no displacement of current uses. With the assumption that we are going at this alone, we understand the assumption here is that this would require structured parking lot, which would not be feasible with the original budget. The site itself also has a comparatively high acquisition cost. Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm going to jump in here real quick and just add one more piece of context. We have received, Sound Transit has a policy that is called an unsolicited proposal policy. And today we actually did receive an unsolicited proposal from a developer at this site that could potentially deliver this project for us. I don't have another set of information to give you because we just did get this afternoon, but this is something that we will take into consideration as we continue to evaluate these parcels.
Thank you. And finally, we have the Central Washington University property. The advantages here that it's large enough to accommodate service parking, potential for shared parking, no displacement of current uses, good pedestrian auto access. The disadvantage is that it is adjacent to an environmentally sensitive area.
This is me jumping back in again. Okay, so this was our 2019 public engagement calendar. You'll see all the places we were here in Sammamish. We did a Chamber of Commerce briefing early in the year. We were at the Sammamish City, I believe, sponsored by the city transit fair. We had an in-person open house where we actually got about 60 participants, which, believe it or not, is actually a lot of people. We were really excited. We also had an online open house that ran for several weeks during the summer. And then we had one more chamber briefing, and then we also were at the Sammamish Party on the Plateau in August. As far as council briefings, this is the 3rd time you've seen us. We were here earlier in 2019 in February, again in June, where you helped us whittle down those sites, and here we are today. This is what we heard. So this is our public engagement feedback. The JCL property, you know, the biggest pro we had was that it had a lot of support for the future amenities and the proximity to them. So that's whether that was city facilities here at City Hall and the recreation facilities around it, whether that was the future town center amenities. People seem to really enjoy that idea. The major concern was that this site was really too far south. They felt that it was either too close to the South Sammamish Park and Ride, or that it was just too far south in general. The STCA site, what we heard was that there was support for the location, just like JCL, because of those future amenities that seemed to really interest people. The con is that as current conditions are, the current bus route runs along 228th, and without deviation, without deviation of that transit service, which King County Metro has been engaging with us on, if we can do that, that there's a current steep hill that you would need to access this site. So that was something that we heard. There was also a little bit of concern for if we were ever to expand this park and ride in the future, would there be enough space at this site? The CWU site, the pro was that it was the highest viewed site as we went out with the community. The community seemed to be like, oh yeah, that makes sense. There's nothing really there right now. It's also the northernmost site you're showing us. This seems to be something that we like. The con here was that they really felt like maybe the high school students who are currently using that facility for the Running Start program might fill it up and there wouldn't be any room for commuters. So that was definitely something we heard. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but that was definitely a perception that we received.
So this here is our complicated matrix of the site selection summary, and let me walk you through it. And we understand that it is a little bit confusing with high, medium, and low relative to some things that are cost and other things that can be like difficulty. Just think about it like this: the highs, the darkest greens, that means most favorable, and then the lighter the green means less favorable. As you can see here, the site receiving the most high scores is CWU, and is also the site receiving the fewest or no low scores. The main part where we can see the discrepancies here are construction of facility. It scores well, and again, that's due to the kind of feasibility of putting in that surface lot. Again, the JCL scored a medium due to having a steep grade that would need addressed, and the SDCA score due to the assumption we had to have regarding the need for structured parking. It scored lower for mitigation of expected environmental impacts because it was the one that it is the one that is adjacent to a wetland. Permits here, the JCL and SCCA sites scored less favorably due to them being in the town center land use designation zone, which precludes a surface level site. And so we saw that as being a barrier to being able to deliver the project as currently scoped. Finally, there was right-of-way acquisition. It was nearly 3 times estimated less expensive of a property than the other two. And finally, public feedback, as Ariel summarized. And so you will notice that the one difference here from your packets is the right-of-way acquisition. Originally, they were all scored as medium, but that was a version control issue with multiple editors, and it should have been high for the CWU site.
All right, so for next steps, we are here presenting you with our level 3 screening results as they stand now. We will be continuing to evaluate and wrap up that level 3 screening. We will be presenting that to the board. As far as, you know, our preferred site and how things came to be. The draft agreement will be finalized with the city, which is usually a partnering agreement of some sort. We do that with most of the cities, if not all of the cities that we have projects in. We will also complete conceptual engineering and environmental review. We will also continue, obviously, to engage with key stakeholders in the Sammamish community, including yourself, throughout 2020. And the Sound Transit Board will be the final decision makers on this site, but obviously would like to hear your input as we move forward. And that is what we have for you.
Great. Thank you very much. Great presentation. And of course, we do have some questions. And we're going to start with Councilmember Ritchie, followed by Councilmember Ross.
Got in early. Hey, Ariel. Hi. Welcome, Lucius. Is it Lucian?
Lucian, thank
Lucian, welcome. So I had just 3 questions regarding the Central Washington site that just jumped out to me from your presentation. The first off was, and this may be an outdated policy, I don't know, but from what I've read in Sound Transit, the idea of to promote transit-oriented development, right? So by putting it in Central Washington University's on that land across from the town center, does that meet the Sound Transit policy, adopted policy, assuming it still is an adopted policy, to promote transit-oriented development being that far away? That's my first question, so I want to get an answer to that before I move on to the other 2.
Sure, I'll take a stab at. Oh, did I turn it off? No.
You're good.
Okay. We do have a transit-oriented development policy that is usually for surplus property. However, our projects, we want to make the best use of taxpayer dollars at the end of the day, right? So we're always looking for the highest and best use of projects and the land that they are on. ST3 did signify that this is scoped to be a surface lot. However, we do have flexibility within that. If we can make something better work for the allotted budget amount, we are open to doing that.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Number 2, the environmental, I think it ranked high. I was kind of, it jumped by the, where did we hear? Are there your that one, yes. Yeah. The environmental concerns for CWU, where is that? Number, mitigation, and it was medium. So I know that, I don't know, from what I've read, that there is some critical wetlands, what we call critical wetlands, or what would be designated critical wetlands, adjacent to the CW site or close enough to it that there would be an impact. So how did you come to that, and what was done to kind of make you aware of that, and why is it just a medium versus, if you're going to build a surface lot, that's like 200, you know what I mean, permeable, non-permeable surface, water's going to run off, it's right there. Do you know what I mean? That's kind of what my concern was, so I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, so this was evaluated by our subject matter expert on environmental mitigation and kind of the SEPA and NEPA processes. For each site, we had a kind of, quote, feasibility sketch done, which would show the potential footprint. And it was determined we would be able to deliver the allotted amount of stalls without actually encroaching on the wetland, but it would encroach on what you call the wetland buffer, which is immediately adjacent to the wetland. So this would require mitigation, but it wouldn't necessarily be on-site mitigation. So it's not encroaching, like as I said, onto the physical footprint of the wetland.
Would that be on us then to?
No, that would be on.
Part of your project is to build in a mitigation.
Yes.
A detention vault, whatever. Okay.
That would be part of our own project. Yes.
I'll be real quick. Number 3, the structured lot. I guess that's kind of what you were getting at. I guess I envisioned something that goes up. You know what I mean? And as much as that's less of an imprint, is that? And I think you already answered this, that is something that you could do at all 3 sites, possibly. There's nothing stopping you from doing that at all 3 sites if that was more cost effective and more environmentally cognizant, or just being aware of where we are as far as the environmental impact is concerned. Did you take a look at up versus out?
We did. So especially for the sites within the town center zone are required to have a structured facility. Right. We did. However, Sound Transit has realized that parking garages are very expensive. And the $20 million we have associated with this project, it would exceed that amount of money for the 200 stalls if we were to do it by ourselves.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, next we have got Councilmember Ross, followed by Deputy Mayor.
On the STCA, we were just talking about structured parking. Do you know how many levels that is to accommodate?
I believe it was 3 levels.
3 levels. Okay, thank you. On the CW, we can do surface parking for 200 spaces. Is it still environmentally feasible to add additional capacity with structured parking there?
So as far as physical footprint goes, a structured lot would need to go on the footprint where we've determined that the surface lot would go. Anything bigger than that footprint would encroach on the kind of
Right, but if you go vertical, can you go vertical on structured on that footprint? And is that environmentally feasible?
Like, could we build a garage later on down the line?
Well, I guess you could, yes.
Is that your question?
Or invest, partner funding, invest with the Sound Transit to do the entire project if we so desire.
Yes, I think let me hopefully rephrase this. So if this is wrong, please let me know. Could we build a parking structure on CWU today? Is that your question?
Correct.
Yes. Okay. Yes, we could build a parking structure at CWU if the cost worked out. Right now, we don't believe going it alone as Sound Transit at CWU, we would be able to go up.
So, well, I'm just going to make sure I understand the process of whatever is selected. Is it restricted by the Sound Transit budget, or if there is additional cost, you still build it, but we would have some contribution from the city? You can do. Is that fair to say? You can, rather than wait later and add the structure onto the surface lot, can you do it once with funds coming from the city to make up the shortage of funding from what Sound Transit provides?
There's nothing to preclude us from partnering with the city to make it a higher and better use with the city's contribution of funds. Sorry it took me so long to get around to what you were saying.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, so a few questions. First, probably not ironic that you got this unsolicited proposal on the day that we're talking about this, right? But I'm very curious, what would a developer get for a benefit for partnering with you, and who's paying for this? Are they partnering with, is the proposal to partner with you so they're absorbing part of the cost of it, or why would someone propose putting a parking lot on the A1 zone in the town center that they would build a whole bunch of apartments and commercial space? That one's lost on me.
So we have not reviewed this proposal in detail yet, so I can't comment on the actual specifics that are included in the proposal. Usually, so this is actually the first unsolicited proposal that we, at least the two of us sitting here, know that we have received at Sound Transit. This is a new policy for us.
New as of when?
Oh gosh, at least within the last couple of years.
Okay.
Yes, I can find out that timeline for you. We have, when we have selected sites in the past for other projects, I'm going to use Northeast 44th in Renton as an example. There is a current property owner there that has interest in developing that piece of property, where we also have plans to put a parking lot, let's be real. They have offered, could we shrink the parcel, and they could, we could have a smaller footprint and they could build higher. So that's just an example of, it's more of a collaborative effort. This proposal could be that they build the parking and we lease the parking back from them.
So again, what benefit do they get in that scenario?
That's a great question. I do not know.
And I think it's the camel's nose under the tent to go higher in the town center. We have a height limitation there, and that is my concern with a structured lot there that would be 3 stories tall in the A1 zone. My concern is that we're looking at potentially having to change our town center code on that parcel, and I don't know that that is palatable with this council. I don't know that it's not, but not with this council member at any rate. The other thing that I want to mention is when I looked at the public feedback, and I read all of it, I am shocked that you scored the JCL and the STCA properties as medium for public feedback, I nary found a response that was favorable to those sites. And over again, what I read, they're too far south. They're too far south. Most people said Central Washington was too far south. So to go any further south on Central Washington University, I think would be doing a huge disservice to our residents here in Sammamish. I want to read a couple of the comments because I think they're worth repeating. Well, this one just says, we don't need more traffic on 228th. But let me find ones that are more relevant here. No one in the north end of the city will use this. This is relative to the STCI property. They wrote the exact same thing for the JCL property. They won't drive that far south just to go north again. Area is already congested. Gonna go through my pencil notations here. Wouldn't let me highlight on these. This is too far south to support the needs of the north residents. So anyway, it goes over and over, but I couldn't find very many comments that supported the two town center locations, and so as far as my read on it, they would both score low for public feedback for support. And I do still have concerns, frankly, that Central Washington University is not far north enough for a north end park and ride. In fact, the two addresses of the others are both southeast.
Okay, Council, I'm going to remind everybody that they are asking our opinion, but try to keep it out with questions as well. Next is Councilmember Gamblin, followed by Councilmember Treen.
Okay, so I'll try to keep short and keep to questions. All three of these park and rides are pretty much to the extreme south end of northern Sammamish. Two of them are way to the south end of northern Sammamish. I'd like a question. So from what I understand, the town center site, the bus goes up the hill or the people walk down the hill?
So currently, under current transit operations, buses just run north and south on 228th. King County Metro has indicated a commitment that if this is the site selected and that if this is where a park and ride is built, that they will work with the city to best serve it. And so they said they would deviate off the road to serve it. We don't know what that would look like with the road structure not being built out yet, but.
Drive up that hill. Have you seen the hill, by the way?
I've seen the hill.
Okay. So we're aware you've seen it. Okay. So, far be it from me, I never want to say no to somebody who wants to come and build us a park and ride. Hallelujah. That's great. I live in the north end. So for the last week, I've done experiments, and I've chosen a location pretty close to the midpoint of this northern end, actually slightly south of the midpoint, which is Sahalee Gate South. And I drove down in the morning between 7 and 8, 4 different times, down to the CWU campus, okay? It took me between 7 and 9 minutes to get down there. Then assuming a 5-minute wait for the bus and to park and get your gear and get to the bus and the bus to pick you up. Then it took about 9 to 11 minutes to drive back through traffic to get back to Northeast 28th, which is where people would exit from that area if they lived in Timberline or Sahalee or anywhere else. So we're coming out at about approximately 23 minutes to get down to that bus, park, and to get back to where they would have began to begin with. My question is, do you guys have any comparable studies on actual commuters using a parking ride in a similar situation where they're driving through traffic to get to it and then driving back in the bus through traffic to get back to where they would have begun?
So we hear you, and I know myself, I'm not going to be somebody who, goes backwards to get onto a service that will take me back to where I originally was, right? We are actually building a very large parking facility at the Southeast Redmond station, which is where we are assuming a lot of those people you're talking about will end up driving anyway. So that is calculated into our analysis here. When we did look at our initial sites of 15 that we did develop with the city, we did look at sites that were farther north, but either they had extreme environmental considerations or they just weren't simply big enough for us to put the site.
Okay. And one last thing, on the CWU site, does the bus pull off the street to load?
No. There's like a slight pullout or like a receiving lane, but there's not a complete pullout for the bus.
Would cars be able to get by the bus as it loaded in that site?
Cars currently do.
Okay, so
Yeah, so there's existing bus stops adjacent to the site, just south of the intersection. But with new developments, Metro can always shift where bus stops go, but it would not. It does not preclude cars from being able to go around.
So it doesn't. You don't lose a lane when the bus is loading.
As currently configured, no.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Train?
Yeah, so, hi, I would just say that you can find my position and where I stand on page 42 of the comments. That's me. Second is that the question I have is for Doug. The CWU site, I would imagine, would need some kind of street improvements or for turning purposes there. Is that true?
Yeah, so that is a good observation that the particularly southbound left into the Central Washington, you actually have to go down to Main Street at that intersection, take a left, and then go up the driveway. There are likely to be improvements needed to access to that site.
Okay, thank you. And then for the Sound Transit people, have you contacted Central Washington University as far as maybe looking at collaborating and partnering with them, and then the city as well?
Yeah, actually, I'll take that one.
Okay.
So the city owns the property. The tenant, as you've mentioned, is Central Washington University, and our primary contact for that contract is Angie Fesser, our Parks and Recreation Department Director. So we've been working everything through her. We've been keeping open communications for quite a while now since Central Washington has been chosen as a potential site. And she has been in contact with counterparts in Ellensburg as well as locally, and so they are aware of the project. As far as partnering in something greater than just being aware of the project, I think that remains to be seen. Definitely would be coordinated between the three parties, the city, Central Washington, and Sound Transit, and potentially more if there are others.
Yeah, because the value added, I take it there's value added by doing the project on city property.
Yeah, I believe that's a fair statement. One of the things that Central has said in those conversations is that they could actually use more parking at that site. They have stated that during some of their programs, Running Start, and as well as some of the other community programs, that they're actually constrained for parking. So.
Okay, and then Councilmember Stewart.
Great. Thank you so much for this. One of the criteria that I don't see on here, but you kind of mentioned it, was sort of public benefit, right? The best value. So at what point does that get evaluated in terms of what's the best or the most public benefit for Sammamish? Because I mean, from my perspective, I feel like I have two things that are really important. One is the environment. And I get that you have like the low, medium, high, but I feel like that's not super granular, right? Like if something has, a low or a medium, or like if something is bad, like how bad is bad, or if something is good, how good is good, right? Like, so it's not super clear. So I guess the questions are, how do you measure the public benefit, and when does that play into the site selection? Well, that would be my first question.
Yeah, so the public benefit, as far as kind of the proximity to uses and whatnot, is which we did allude to here, was scored and weighted in the level 2 screening to bring the sites forward. And kind kind of as I mentioned, that the focus here was cost, risk, and feasibility. So it was the ability for us to deliver this project within scope and under or within budget. I'd say that the main criteria here that does measure, or at least perceived public benefit, is from public feedback.
Okay. That leads me to another question, which is one of the things you listed as a pro for Central Washington University from public feedback was that they said it would have the least environmental impact. But in fact, isn't it the worst environmental impact, Central Washington?
And that is what is reflected in the scoring,
Right.
and that is why it was said as it was a perception of
Okay.
a minimal environmental
I just wanted to
impact.
make sure, because I think that'll be
It
important
was-
that we can clarify that as this moves forward for the public to clarify things like environmental impact. If something has a more negative, I think that's where it's important that we can start to quantify that. And I expect that may come as you continue to evaluate. So I think that'll be important to understand, because we certainly, I mean, being where that is and being, I think it's really important that we understand what that environmental impact is. You mentioned that there would be street improvements necessary for Central Washington University. Are those street improvements included in the budget, the $20 million budget?
There was right-of-way acquisition estimates as far as for pedestrian connections.
But I'm talking about the left turn you were talking about, Doug. Is that included in the $23 million budget, or would that be expected that the city would pay for that?
So that would be something that would be determined through a traffic impact analysis as if the project were to proceed for that
Okay.
site at once there's an application. So we don't know that for sure. That's sort
Okay.
of an assumption. And,
Okay. So it sounds like that's not necessarily included in the budget yet, but again, as you continue to do more analysis. All right. And I know there are concerns about that hill, but if I'm not mistaken, actually, I know for a fact, that hill is currently a school bus route. So it isn't a problem for buses. And if it is, then we should get all of our students off of it. Just my daughter rides that route. I think it's a consideration, certainly, but I also think I think there will be other routes into the town center if that were to be the spot. So I think that I'm assuming that will be part of the additional analysis you do as well, correct?
Yes, so as we evaluate, especially this unsolicited proposal that we've received, we will be taking into consideration future, connectivity at that site, whether that's the new roads, whether it's the King County Metro service routes that may serve it. All of that will be factored in.
Okay. In terms of the Central Washington University site, I know there's been some discussion, and I have to be honest, I don't think I completely understand it, around the agreement that we currently have with Central Washington, that while it is currently city-owned, they are the lessees and they have an option to purchase that. So I do think it's important that we understand that more as this goes forward, and really hear from Central Washington in terms of, again, when I think about this, because this isn't a decision that we're making for today or the next 5 years, this is about the next 30 or 40 years. So understanding what is Central Washington's plan, if the parking is there, does that impede on their desire to expand? If it were to go to a different location, would there be ways for people to, take the bus to that other location and there could be a shuttle back and forth? I mean, I don't think we know all of that, but I think that all of that needs to be factored in, or at least I hope that would be, because it sounds complicated, but I think we need to know more, and I think that should be a factor in the decision process. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great point. So the contract with Central Washington does contain an option to purchase. We, early on in this process, when that site was chosen as a potential site, we did contact Mike Kenyon, our city attorney, to inquire about precisely that. And he said that, and we agreed with his approach to it, which was that if that site is chosen as the preferred site, that we would look at that contract in more detail at that point and develop an analysis regarding those specific points. So kind of a wait and see approach in that sense.
I guess I don't totally agree that we should wait until it's chosen as a preferred site. I feel like understanding that agreement and what Central Washington's intentions are should factor into whether or not this should be the preferred site. I mean, I think the analysis just needs to be done a little bit earlier.
Okay.
Yeah. I could be wrong, but it just seems like, we pick it, and then Central Washington comes back and says, well, wait a minute, we have this other plan, or that doesn't really fit, or it affects them in some other adverse way. So that would be my other thought. And then in terms of public benefit, when I think about that, I do think about public-private partnerships. And so have Microsoft and Amazon been contacted at all? I mean, Microsoft just announced that they're going to go carbon negative by 2050. And I know that a big part of that is transit, right, and getting employees out of their cars. And last count, we have somewhere between 6,000 to 6,500 employees here in the city of Sammamish. So, and I assume we probably have an equal number of Amazon employees. So I feel like they should be at the table in this analysis in terms of what the best site is and how we get the most public benefit. And, you know, I don't know where that will lead, but I feel like that there are opportunities there for us to get other investments from other places to make this the most it can be.
And that's great feedback, and that's definitely something we can take into consideration. And we're always looking to, you know, have a robust understanding of who could be using our park and ride facilities, and the fact that there's such a concentrated number of employees here is something that we definitely need to analyze.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. And thanks again for all your work on this. Appreciate it.
Okay, before I start round two, I've actually got a list of questions of my own. I'm not surprised to hear this came in. I actually approached staff with this because I heard this in the grocery store weeks ago, that we were going to have a developer come in the developer was going to come in and offer exactly what you said, and that Metro was willing to come off of 228th and go up that hill, exactly what you said. So it's so funny that I heard that weeks ago. Okay, on to my questions. Strange how that happens. Okay, so going back to some of the questions that I had after I heard that in the grocery store, I went over to the Sammamish Plateau Water and Sewer District and spoke with them because they're concerned about the fact that around the site, around STCA's site, is what they said is a CARA area, which doesn't allow you to expand that area very far, and is also going to be, so I'm a little concerned when I see. So maybe you can explain that to them.
Yeah, CARA stands for Critical Aquifer Recharge Area.
So you've got an area that's feeding an aquifer, and so you've got an area that, when I see here that you've got a high as far as a label for something for environmental impacts, I'm a little concerned that you've really not done your homework on what is right around that site. So I would ask again, like if we're going to look at what's going on these sites, I think you should sit down with Sam Platt and know where aquifers are, know what's around that site, know what you can actually do to that site, because it doesn't seem like you're going to be able to expand that site, and doing too much to that site could actually hurt that aquifer and that recharge area. So you should know what the actual impacts to that are going to be. Then when looking at the concern that comes in for me is when we talk about who we're serving for that, and when it was approved that it was going to serve the North End residents. Isn't that correct?
The idea, I think, and I was not at Sound Transit at the time, but what I have heard through my fellow colleagues is that when the plan was being put together, the Sammamish Council was actually very much on, like they wanted this, this project.
Yes.
The original idea was to actually site this at up by the Gray Barn.
Yes.
However, that site, as we looked at that site, our lawyers came back and told us we could not put it there because it is outside the Sound Transit boundary. So that is why that fell off.
Okay, so I totally understand, but I'm looking at the responses. And we have people that are thinking that the site, what do you call it, the JCL site, is too far south. So to do anything as far south, much less go off of 228th, you are going to completely lose the people that you're trying to serve. The other comment of the fact that if you're worried about, there was a comment that you made that you're worried about if you put the parking at Central Washington, that we would have students using the parking. Wouldn't you worry that if indeed we have a developer build parking at Town Center, that parking wouldn't be used by the Town Center residents instead of by the North End people trying to park to get down to the transit options? So I would definitely keep that in mind. Trying to look through a ton of my, I always have to go last. I hate that part. Mostly I'm concerned about that CARA, because that is, I believe I think it's CARA 1. And that is, if it's a CARA 1, that is a huge area, that's a big deal to our aquifer that's right there. And that's going to put huge restraints on that area. And that's already going to be a problem, knowing that we have to put in some sort of, which we apparently haven't decided, some sort of surface water. I thought it was going to be one system for Town Center, but we haven't even figured that out yet, much less what's going to happen with that. So I have big concerns about that. I think that's all for right now, because most of these have already been asked. But I would, again, suggest that if we're going to do that, you dig further into that and you would actually spend some time with Sam Platt and go through that heavily.
That's great feedback.
Okay, we're going to go into round 2 because we have somebody's light on here. Round 2, so if anybody's got quick questions, round 2, we're going to start with Ken Gamlin.
So just that I understand the process, this is a sound transit project. So all this is informational for the city. Ultimately, Sound Transit's going to make a decision and say this is what we're going to do, or is it any kind of council vote decision, have input in that, or is this Town Center's final decision what they'll do?
So this is the Sound Transit Board's decision. That is on all of our projects. That is how we have it laid out.
Okay. So this is great and informational for you guys. Ultimately, you'll just decide what's best.
We do take feedback incredibly seriously, and that's why we are here today.
That's great. And just wanted to tell you, I did drive to the SDCA site in my numerous back and forth with my timer, and it adds 3 minutes each way. And that brings the get back to start point for northern Sammamish commuters at 29 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, I have no other lights on. Going once, going twice. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have had a request for a health and safety break, so back in Sammamish 5. Okay, we're going to call the meeting back to order. And next on the agenda is number 10, which is what we added.
Number 2.
Which is 10, which is number 2.
I'm sorry, I need to interrupt and thank the mayor for the chocolate.
You're very welcome. Everybody's going to thank me except for Chip because he's allergic. I know, sorry. Okay, so next, I'm going to let Jason, since you asked for it to be pulled, I'm going to let you address it.
Yeah, thank you. I just had a question regarding, I guess that what I'm seeing is that we don't have, I couldn't find any replacements that would incentivize development in the town center. My concern is that by removing these 3 things, or if they're not relevant anymore, as we're expected to see significant growth in the county and the state in the next few years, where are those people going to go? And I kind of thought that was a huge chunk of the reason, the rationale or the reason behind the town center. So if we are seeing that these 3 sections are no longer relevant or have been superseded, have there been things that have happened because of these that have worked? And should we be thinking in the next few weeks, months, years, that we should try to continue things that work? Or were these just outdated? How did that come to be where, this is for you, David, just, sorry, I'm just trying to figure out what worked and what didn't work, and are these things we should try to replace moving forward, or no?
So looking back to the resolution that was originally passed by the council in 2013, the preamble, I think, is fairly revealing, the whereas section. And it goes on to say, whereas the country's economic downturn occurred just as the town center plan and regulations were completed. And that sort of sets the stage for what follows, which is, given that economic downturn, given that we have this plan now on the books, given that we want to actually see it fulfilled and built out, that we should be doing some things to give the staff the authority to provide flexibility and also to lead the way. So if we were not receiving any interest in projects, we could go ahead and actually propose a permit, and we could actually do programmatic SEPA ourselves. We could facilitate the development. There are things that cities can do to aid in attracting interest from developers. One of the riskiest parts of development is the permit process. So by narrowing down the range of risks that are presented to a developer, they might come to the table more readily and purchase property and pursue a project.
Can I just real quick response to that? Again, I don't want to take more time. I view the economic pressures that we dealt with in the Great Recession in the same kind of mind frame as the pressures we're seeing now with growth, explosive growth in our region. And as a way to incentivize in an economic slowdown the development of a town center by these regs, I get it. Are there things that we should do or could do in the same vein to try to incentivize growth being directed to a certain area rather than risking neighborhoods and causing unfettered growth in our neighborhoods? Is that the same kind of thing, or is that, did those things work to cause the town center to grow enough? I mean, did they work or not, I guess is what I'm trying to get at.
We did not see them actually utilized. So
okay.
The question of whether they worked or not, I can't answer that. It could have just been economic climate. There could have been other factors at play. It's hard to say. I do know that because we have changed our R-zone regulations through the last round of development regs, and we're about to embark on a second round of R-zone development reg adjustments, we are less likely to see the rate of development in the R-zones as compared to what we had historically seen over the last 10 years. Okay. So with that said, we will likely see more interest in the town center with projects in the town center as development in the R zones, as the availability of land shrinks and the regulations and restrictions that go along with developing that land becomes more on par with what is on the books for town center. We will likely see the balancing of interest in development in the city more oriented towards town center. I know that was a discussion that Councilmember Gamblin had raised during our retreat, and it's something that's a valid question. But the way we see it is that because those changes to our development regulations that were put into effect just this last year have not really been realized, and those in conjunction with all of the changes that have been made over the last 5 years, whether it's stormwater rules, comprehensive plan policy adjustments, whether it's public works standards for street development, et cetera, all of those make up the rule book that a developer has to follow. And as we increase the restriction, I guess you could say, on what is allowed in our R zones, the rate of development will likely go down, but at the same time, we have not changed the rules in the town center, and we will likely see a little bit more interest in developing that area. That's my opinion, and based on what I know.
No, that answers my question. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I move that we repeal resolution number R 2013-559.
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Stewart.
So, more specifically, I think Jason asked some broader questions. More specifically, I think you answered this in email, but for full disclosure for the public, what would repealing this resolution effectively do, if anything?
What it would do is it would eliminate any confusion in the public, on the elected official level, the appointed official level, the part of the applicant, part of the city staff, around whether or not any of the components that were included in this resolution that were intended to promote development in the town center by offering additional flexibility outside of what the code might allow is still in effect. And there has been some confusion about that. There have been conversations about whether or not the staff are using this flexibility or offering that flexibility to a developer, or they're proposing using that flexibility. And this just emphasizes that this resolution is basically at this point obsolete.
Okay, and I mean, this is really about stormwater, and we've tightened up those regulations, and we don't really necessarily want to, again, from an environmental impact perspective, we want to make sure we're being good stewards. And so I assume that by repealing this, we'll be better stewards of the environment. Is that an accurate statement, or?
It will just clarify that the rule we have on the books today is what applies.
Okay, great.
Okay, so we have one more question. I'm going to remind this is, we've got a motion on the floor and a second. So there's a discussion. And then we have got Councilmember Gamlin.
So David, just to be clear, so at this point, the city does not now direct growth into the town center. In other words, we're not looking to disincentivize growth outside the town center or down zone so that growth is driven into the town center. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Should be. Call the question.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Of repealing the resolution.
We're
'Cause
repealing
you
the
had a call,
resolution.
well, you had a call the question and a second of the call the question.
There's a
So don't
motion.
you technically have to vote on that?
There's no more lights.
It's on.
Okay.
So we are calling for motion on the floor, which is to repeal the motion. Well, you want to
Repeal the
state it?
resolution.
We're repealing resolution number R2 2013-559.
We have a motion on the floor and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 7-0. Thank you. Okay, new business. We are on to Arch.
Switch positions. That's right. We'll give them a minute to get set up here. Sort of the changing of the venue. Okay, David Pyle, Community Development. I'm here to introduce two ARCH items that are on your agenda. I believe now item number 11 and number 12. These are the 2020 ARCH budget and work plan and the Housing Trust Fund projects. To present these projects to you, or the work plan to you and the projects to you tonight, are Klaus Niehaus, Senior Planner of ARCH, and I probably didn't say that correctly, and Lindsay Masters, who is the ARCH Executive Director. Miriam Leitner, Senior Management Analyst, is also in the audience and is available to assist with any questions, as am I.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Okay. So I am here tonight to talk about our budget and work program, and then I'm going to turn it over to Klaus to talk about the Housing Trust Fund recommendations. The main areas I'm going to cover tonight is, one, a general overview of ARCH, who we are, how we work with the City of Sammamish. For those of you that are not familiar with ARCH, talk about some of the work program accomplishments that occurred in 2019, do a quick scan of what that impact across all of the member cities of ARCH has looked like, then spend a little time focusing on our work in Sammamish and housing issues in Sammamish, and then give you a little bit of a quick overview of the work we've been doing on our homeownership program in the last year, and then end with kind of highlights from our 2020 work program and budget, which is the action before you tonight. So ARCH is an interlocal agency. We were formed in the early 1990s through an interlocal agreement, and the purpose of creating ARCH was really for cities to work collaboratively on promoting affordable housing. So we've got 15 member cities now, and our geographic footprint is in the map you see there. Our organizational structure is somewhat unique. We're really embedded within cities. Our governance is by cities, so we have an executive board with representatives from just about every city, but for the smallest cities that share a seat on the board. And that body is really important in developing our work program and budget every year, making policy recommendations on regional housing issues, providing the oversight of our operations, so we report on a quarterly basis to the board, and then making recommendations back to you on funding allocations, as well as appointing members of our Citizen Advisory Board. And the Citizen Advisory Board is a body that provides advice to ARCH and to cities on housing and resource allocations. So you'll see some of those come up in the trust fund recommendations tonight. You have a really important role. The structure of ARCH was created such that local decisions are retained. There's a lot of decisions that come back to you every year. So our budget and work program and all the trust fund recommendations are examples of those decisions. And also you may or may not consider some of the policy recommendations that come to you from our executive board. The ARCH staff, currently made up of 7 full-time staff. We are there to implement the day-to-day work program. We really see ourselves as city staff, an extension of your staff, there to implement housing initiatives and policies at the direction of cities. So I'll jump into some of the program highlights across our 4 main work program areas. First is investment in affordable housing. I'll try to go through these quickly. We had a couple new projects open in the last year, as well as a couple new projects break ground. We released funding guidelines with a larger pool of funding this year because of the lack of applications in the previous year. We did a lot of work to generate interest and received a healthy application from 9 different projects for many more resources than we had available. So it was a really competitive funding round. And then we've been doing a lot of work to coordinate with cities and transit agencies on opportunities to put affordable housing near transit. You all probably know one of the accomplishments in last year was the opening of the Sammamish cottages developed by Habitat for Humanity just down the street. Those 10 affordable homes were sold to families with an average income of about $50,000, and families put in over 2,300 hours of their own sweat equity to build those homes. We're grateful the city of Sammamish helped make that possible by donating the land, and the Sammamish, as well as the remainder of ARCH cities, helped to contribute additional funding to make that project happen. Another groundbreaking in the last year was for the first 24/7 permanent shelter for women and families on the east side, which is located in the city of Kirkland. That city also went out and helped to purchase the land and hold it and make it available for the shelter. It was also a really strong partnership with Faith Community there in Kirkland, and they're expected to open next year. Another significant groundbreaking was the development of Capella at Astera Park by Imagine Housing and Inland Group. It's going to be a large 261-unit affordable workforce housing development with an early learning facility operated by the YMCA. It is going to be right near jobs and transit, so the city of Redmond's extremely excited to see that get underway. Another project opening that happened last year was 30 Bellevue Apartments in Bellevue, a smaller scale project with an emphasis on serving families coming out of homelessness, and also another strong partnership with the faith community. Shifting to the second program area, which is housing policy and planning. And here we're really there to assist cities to help develop housing policies and programs that are in their work programs for that year. So some of the highlights in 2019 were the adoption of the multifamily tax exemption program in a couple additional cities. So we've got that in a significant number of cities now. The city of Kenmore developed unique zoning regulations to help preserve manufactured housing communities. That was a big effort that was successful there. We talked at some length about shared legislative priorities, and so there was some discussion about trying to highlight potential areas of common interest between Arch cities, and we've also been volunteering as staff to the new GMPC Affordable Housing Committee, and so that's a committee that got underway coming out of the Regional Affordable Housing Task Force that is expected to be developing recommendations over the next year on various things, including countywide planning policies. The third program area is housing program administration and stewardship of affordable housing. This is one that we really spent a lot of time and focused on in the last year. We hired 2 additional staff to help beef up our capacity in this area. We did complete a comprehensive audit and evaluation of our homeownership program. We have started to implement a lot of changes to our policies and procedures as those staff have been hired late last year. And I'll come back to the homeownership piece in a little bit. And then the fourth program area is really our direct engagement with the public, our education efforts, our outreach efforts. Our major event last year was a collaboration with the Eastside Interfaith Social Concerns Council to provide a workshop for faith communities, affordable housing providers, and representatives of cities to talk about ways to partner. We are also just providing a lot of direct engagement and assistance to people who are looking for housing every day. So stepping back a little bit and looking at this at a regional level, the impact we've had on production through the Housing Trust Fund, we've developed or promoted over 3,700 units of affordable housing. A small number of those are also shelter beds. We've done a pretty great job, I would say, of providing geographic distribution and making sure the affordable housing is located throughout East King County. The other main vehicle for production has been through new development, and that's through the use of incentive and inclusionary zoning programs, as well as multifamily tax exemption. That's been a growing part of the production of affordable units in the last 5 years. This is a snapshot of where those units have been produced and the affordability levels that they've been produced at. So a significant number at the 80% of median income level. So then now focusing down kind of within the city of Sammamish, this is a highlight of some of the accomplishments there in partnership with Arch, a couple of projects that have been funded through the Housing Trust Fund, and as well as a few developments that have included affordable units due to the incentives provided through zoning regulations. So I think that's a total of close to 120 units of affordable housing in Sammamish. Looking to the future, I think we expect we're going to continue to assist you as you see new development that may or may not take advantage of those incentives, to do the contracts and monitoring for any affordable units that they may be required to deliver. We've also been convening a lot of discussions with all our member cities around accessory dwelling units and ways that we can help promote those. And then we expect to continue partnering with you on the Housing Trust Fund. We know there's a new opportunity in the coming year to take advantage of a sales tax rebate that the state has provided to help cities create a little more local revenue for housing investment. So we've talked a lot about affordable housing. We often skip over what it is and who it serves, what the incomes and rents really look like. So I thought I'd just give you a little bit of a snapshot of 3 kind of different developments within Sammamish. The Sammamish cottages, for example, are geared towards families at 50% of median income. That's based on Habitat's mission to serve that income level. As compared to a couple of the incentive projects that are more at the 80 to 90% of median income level. So as compared to a $50,000 average income, as compared to an average sale price of $232,000, the rents that are being provided at those incentive projects are around $1,400 on average for the SAM apartments, and then the average sale price for the townhomes geared towards that same income level is around $342,000, and those were sold in the last few years. Just to give you a little bit of a sense of what kind of occupations are in those income brackets and how does that compare to the workers that are in Sammamish. We just pulled some quick data on what sector makes up the most employment in the city. It's largely services and education. So you can see kind of samples of what are the average wages in those sectors, the typical occupations. Over half of the jobs in the city earn under $50,000 as of the most recent data. And then I thought it'd be interesting to just look at kind of job opportunities within the school district and what those advertised salaries are currently. And the point being that those are kind of right in line with a lot of what affordable housing is targeted at trying to serve. Another, I think, kind of nexus point for a lot of cities is the effort to try to recruit workers for critical public services, not just teachers and teacher assistants, but also firefighters, police officers, emergency workers. And what this somewhat complicated chart does is give you a picture of the income you really need to afford what market rents are in Sammamish, as well as the median priced home, which is over $1 million. Market rent being over $2,100. And that would typically be for a much smaller apartment than a family would need. And then comparing that to the wages of a full-time earner or 2 full-time earners across these various occupations. So I think there's, what you see is there's opportunity if you've got 2 full-time salaries to afford a small apartment, but a huge gap to be able to purchase a home within the community. And then I think another really obvious nexus point that you probably are well aware of is the relationship between housing affordability and traffic and transportation. And so while there's not a huge employment center in Sammamish, there are over 8,000 jobs as of 2017. Many of those are people commuting from outside the city, which kind of exacerbates the number of residents who also commute out for work. So shifting gears back to the work we've done in the last year, we did complete, as I mentioned, an assessment of our homeownership program. The basic findings are on this slide. There were some positives as far as what the program has accomplished. I think some of the areas for improvement were obviously we had not grown the staffing for the program, as the size of that portfolio probably grew over 7 times. So we really felt that it was important to get a full-time staff person who would help boost our capacity to do that monitoring and really take our policies and procedures and make them more sophisticated, get new systems in place. We were happy to see that compliance violations were still under 4% of the program. This gives you a bit of a visual representation of what that growth in the portfolio has looked like since 2000, while the staffing has been constant. And that's represented by our administrative budget, that green bar, and the lines representing kind of the growth in units, both through the trust fund and through all the incentive programs. So very simple recommendations that came from our consultant. First and foremost was to expand our staffing, and that being a necessary means of strengthening our enforcement, improving our systems, and looking at some of our legal documents and strengthening the requirements in there. And then finally ending with how all of this has worked into our 2020 work program. So in the budget, these are what you see are highlights of what is different from our budget in previous years. There are those 2 new staff positions that are continuing on as permanent positions. We added some additional support in the form of interns. We've added some budget to be able to support software licensing for a lot of technology upgrades that were overdue, as well as some website upgrades. On the work program, what you see with the little star on it those are all of the priorities that were elevated. The work program itself is really long. It's in your packet. But what is starred is what was elevated by the board as things that we really want to focus on this year. So number 1, we want to continue focusing on stewarding the affordable housing that's already been created. Number 2, we want to develop shared regional goals for production and preservation within ARCH member communities, and that's something you can probably expect to see coming back at some point. We have a semblance of a planning process at this point for trying to promote transit-oriented development. We've got a lot of site-specific opportunities we've been working on, and the idea here is that we want to be more strategic about coordinating and aligning all of those. And then we will continue, this has been on our work program for a number of years, looking at opportunities for cities to take advantage of dedicated revenue sources. And then the board also added an evaluation of our overall capacity. So we spent a lot of 2019 looking at our capacity for monitoring. In 2020, I think the board is wanting a more comprehensive look at all of the functions that ARCH does. So I'm going to end it there. I'm pretty sure that's, oh, sorry, one more slide. And that's just the budget numbers for this year and what the numbers for Sammamish are for the administrative budget, which is the chart on the top. And then what the range of goals are for housing trust fund contributions as compared to the most recent contributions in 2018 and 2019. And I believe that is where I will end it before we shift gears over to the trust fund.
So as a follow-up to that, thank you, Lindsay. We wanted to remind the council that there are 2 items on the agenda tonight. So in closing out this first item, we want to take action if you see fit. And then before we embark on the second item, I did want to add some clarification when you close with this point in the conversation.
Okay, we do have questions. So Councilmember Stewart?
Yeah, on that last, I actually had that written down as one of my questions. On that last chart that you showed,
yeah,
can you explain what the low goal and high goal mean?
Yes, so
And maybe give a little bit more information about what.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember the year that the formula was established, but for many years, ARCH member cities have used a formula to try to set goals for contribution levels. Every year, what you put into the trust fund is voluntary, so there's been years where cities have not been able to put in anything due to budget constraints, and some years where they've been able to exceed their goals. But the idea is that there's a somewhat consistent formula that's based on your housing stock, the number of jobs, and your projected growth in those two areas, as well as population, that informs what your general level of contribution would be, and they're called parity goals. Does that answer the question?
Not really. So when you say like a low goal, it's like, well, if we only contributed $32,000, what does that mean? Does that mean that we are contributing less than everybody in the region? Does that mean we're not, I mean, like, is it supposed to be sort of on a per capita basis we're looking at it? And does it look at things like how much affordable housing can we realistically build in Sammamish versus how much do we contribute to this because it needs to be built somewhere else? Like, I just don't know what the goals mean. I mean, obviously you want us to contribute in that range. That's kind of, but what does it really mean? So that if we have to make a determination about something, we know what we're looking at.
I mean, to be a little bit more direct, I think the goals are backed into to get at a regional number, which I think is that 1.8 million to 3.8 million as the range for the whole region to be contributing. What that number reflects is just an inflation of what Arch was what the contributions were into Arch, I believe in the early 2000s when the formula was developed. So there was some update a couple of years ago to at least update the goals for inflation. They hadn't been updated for inflation in some time. But they are not based on trying to accomplish a certain level of production. I think a couple of years ago when this was opened up for discussion, there was an acknowledgement that there probably needs to be a review of that formula and have it be based on maybe what the goals or something a little bit different than just kind of continuing the past history. So.
Yeah, because when I look at the total goals, it's roughly doubled, right? The low to high, it roughly doubles. But our range from low to high is much, it's a 10 times difference. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around what these numbers really mean. Sorry.
So my name is Klaus Nash. I'm going to help Lindsay out.
Thanks.
Not that I am the expert here, but the goals were set, as Lindsay said, based on both the number of homes that you have in your community, as well as the number of jobs that you have. So for example, our point cities have no jobs, right? So their low goal is 0. I believe the same is reflected in the number of employees that you have in your city, defining the low bounds for the low goal.
Okay. All right. Next I have Councilmember Gamlin.
So could you share a little bit, number one, thanks for coming, and I generally, thank you. Programs are amazing. I'm trying to understand what does stewarded by Arch means, and maybe you can relate it to like Sky Apartments here in the city is one that you mentioned that was stewarded by you guys. Would those affordable housing units as they exist now have happened without Arch's stewardship? How does Arch steward that, and what added value are you giving in that process?
Sure. So I think the question of would they have happened or not is a question I can't completely answer. I think Arch has had an important role in making sure when cities do provide additional zoning and development capacity that there are affordable housing requirements that come as a part of that. So we do try to help make sure that that is happening in places where there are upzones. The stewardship piece is really about where you've already decided that that's a trade-off you want to make and an incentive you want to offer in exchange for affordable housing. We help make sure the developer complies with that requirement. So we make sure they sign a contract and a covenant to provide that affordability. We explain all the requirements to them when they're leasing up a new project. We sit and we meet with their property manager to walk through all of the requirements in the contract. And then on an annual basis, we make sure that they are complying with the agreement. So they report to us annually. We inspect the reports to make sure they're compliant. Part of hiring an additional staff person that would be really focused on this is so that we can go beyond the level of monitoring that we've done in the past to also go on site and start auditing files and making sure that what's being reported to us is accurate. So, but that's in a nutshell kind of what we would do in a rental development. Homeownership looks a little bit different. I'm happy to go into that too if you like.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. David, did you have input?
Just to reiterate what Lindsay's saying, having served on the staff side for large housing development projects in Bellevue, where there were required affordable housing components to that, the service that Arch offers is really immense to the staff. It's really complicated. It's easy for us to work out with the developer how many units there are that are affordable, et cetera, pass a staff approval through the hearing examiner, see the project go to construction, but that's only a very small component of actually administering this program. So having it in one consolidated place where there are staff who are very knowledgeable in contracts and how to measure someone's income, how to be able to tell if they're eligible, how to tell if a property has flipped and sold and it didn't conform, and then what to do to chase it down to get it back into compliance. That's all the range of services that these new staff that Arch hired assist us with. We don't have the staff to do that, nor do we have the expertise. So it's a really great service for us to have with them bundled in with other cities.
Great, thanks, David. And my last question is, budget-wise, we're looking at a 143, 180 ask. Where does that fit into our current budget? Maybe Chip could let me know. And excuse me, my iPad crashed, so all my notes are gone, so I may have answered this myself, but where does this sit with us budget-wise? Or David or someone?
It's in the, I believe it's in the community development budget, and it's already accounted for in the 2020 budget. It was adjusted through the mid-buy. There was a small addition made to account for the program increase with Arch, which from our perspective is money well spent, because as we see more units brought online that fit within that definition of affordable units, we have to manage those to make sure they remain affordable. And that's a big part of the continued life cycle of that unit. So it was included in the 2020 budget.
Sorry, I just wanted to jump in and clarify. So the Arch annual budget, the 2020 budget, comes from no, it comes from community development. However, the housing trust fund budget will come from community services, or human services, sorry.
Okay, I have got questions from, Councilmember Stewart.
Sorry, I'm just still trying to get a handle on what we have this number, this 141 number. I'm just really trying to get a handle on, is that the right number? Like, is that really our fair share to contribute to this, knowing what a huge crisis affordable housing is? And given that we are building some affordable housing units, but when I look at the numbers, right, I think it was like 3,778 affordable housing units, and we have 55, right? So again, Sammamish, and I think we've talked about it as a council, that we struggle to provide affordable housing given some of our challenges here. So by contributing more, would we be able to help build more affordable units somewhere else? Like, I'm trying to understand what this number represents.
I mean, I think it's a question for you locally to determine how this fits in amongst your other priorities. We're there to help you figure out how to make best strategic use of the resources and leverage them to bring other resources in when you do make those investments. Obviously, there's always a more demand for the funding than we have available, so the opportunity is there when cities are able to provide more.
So for cities that might have a more diverse revenue stream, it might make more sense to provide a larger share to Arch in terms of an investment in Arch. We also have other methods that we look at and that we've worked with Arch on that Lindsay highlighted, such as accessory dwelling units. The city of Sammamish has for quite a while allowed for accessory dwelling units, and with the last round of development regulation updates, we actually tried, and we had some pretty good discussions with the council about how we could create incentives for property owners to build accessory dwelling units within what's already allowed in our code, but to actually incentivize those. We feel like we did. We actually have reasonable accessory dwelling unit regulations as compared to our neighboring jurisdictions. And we also allow things like duplexes in the R zones. So there are other means of providing housing, alternative housing. It's whether or not it hits the right affordable range, and it's actually stipulated as to what range it's targeting. So that's a little bit different. And I know we had that conversation with the development regulations update this last year. So there are other things the city can do, and we continue to look at ways in which, do we add units to the affordable housing pool in the town center? There are all these questions that you could ask yourselves that are not just straight a pass through from our budget to their budget, although that is something that we do see value in as well. So it really is up to you what the right mixture of incentives locally, code restrictions or allowances versus a budget pass through is with Arch.
Yeah, I guess I was just struck when I looked at the number of people that work here and their average salary versus the median income of the people who live here. There's just a very large delta between those two numbers. And so I just want to make sure that, while we clearly benefit greatly from all of the growth and prosperity in this region, we should make sure that we are keeping it a healthy region for all.
Deputy Mayor.
Yes, I move that we approve the resolution authorizing Arch's 2020 work program and administrative budget.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Any discussion? Councilmember Stewart?
So the number was 141, is that correct?
127,494.
127,494, okay. I would like to make an amendment, and I would like to see us hit the midpoint of between the low and the high goal. So I would like to make an amendment that we up that number to 190,000.
You go ahead.
Mayor, can we jump in really quickly and just clarify? So the number that you're referring to relates to actually the second agenda item for the Housing Trust Fund. So right now we're approving just the 2020 budget for the work program.
My bad.
Yeah.
I withdraw my amendment then.
Okay. All right, so withdrawing that, we have a first and a second. No discussion. And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the second item with Arch tonight is the Housing Trust Fund. And just so you're aware, the cover to the presentation was changed just slightly. So if it looks different, it's because that was changed. The rest of the presentation follows. No other changes were made. This happened subsequent to the publishing of the packet. So we apologize for that. It's just the cover.
So again, my name is Klaas Nijers. I'm a senior planner with Arch. I've been with Arch for about 11 years. And I'm happy to be here today to talk about the trust fund. I want to explain a little bit about the mechanics of the trust fund, given some of the questions I heard. What you do with your investment in the trust fund is fill a gap between what the revenues affordable housing generate that are able to support debt and the expenses associated with a development. So it fills the gap and it makes affordable housing possible. Sammamish is part of a regional answer. You as investors in the trust fund get credit for the housing that you have invested in that's created elsewhere, but you, under the Growth Management Act, in fact, get credit for those units that are created. So there may or may not be opportunities in our member cities to do projects at any given time, but together we find opportunities in the region that make sense. And that process for determining which projects make sense involve a whole bunch of steps. We receive applications for proposals for development of affordable housing in September. They are vetted by our member city staffs, ARCH staff, our Citizen Advisory Board, which makes a recommendation to the Executive Board, and the Executive Board entertains that recommendation, sometimes modifies it, sometimes generally accepts it because of the great work that our Citizen Advisory Board does, and that recommendation comes to you to ratify. Lindsay talked about the fact that last year we did not have any applications that moved forward, and there was some reserve or some accumulation in the trust fund. We have received this year about $19 million worth of ask. Our typical funding year is anywhere from $2 to $3 million a year. This year we were able to put forward a recommendation for you to consider for the funding of about $5 million worth of projects. Some of those projects will be completely funded with your investment, and some of those projects will be partially funded, but will be able to move forward because of that investment. Some of them are linked in very curious ways to projects that cities really want to advance, but the costs are so great, and we'll talk about those in detail, that they need co-development, and that is the case with the men's shelter, for example, in the city of Bellevue, that is going to be sited on a 10-acre surplus site. The rest of the site needs to be sold in its entirety, the rest of the site being made available for the development of affordable housing. I'm going to go into the presentation, and hopefully it won't take as much time doing that. So the first application that's being recommended for funding is for development of a city-owned site in Bothell, which is going to allow the development of 54 affordable senior units in the Bothell landing area. That's the area that's been part of the redevelopment that Bothell's seen over the last 10 or so years. And there will be some set-asides for homeless veterans and other homeless seniors. And this is a project that we're recommending for partial funding to allow the acquisition of the site. The site is being, as I said, made available by the city of Bothell, and at about half the value. So they're throwing in some in-kind in making this project a reality as well. The next project is the East Side Men's Shelter. This is a project that you helped fund back in the 2014 round. At that point in time, we felt there was going to be a need for a 50-unit shelter, and we thought we would be building it probably in the Bel-Red area in like a multi-tenant space. The need has grown, and the siting has been difficult. As I mentioned, there is now a site that the county's making available, 10-acre site that they have to realize market value for, given how it was acquired. And the shelter is only going to need about 1/4 of an acre. So we've got the development opportunity in the rest of that site for some housing. And we also have a willing partner that was courted and brought on board last year, and that is Inland with the assistance of Horizon Housing Alliance. And together they're proposing, as the next phase of this development, 300 units of affordable housing on the site. But the recommendation here is for an additional $500,000 to the shelter to complete their budget so they can build a 100-bed shelter and a 125 seat day center year-round. I mentioned this is the other portion of that site. There's actually a remaining small portion that will be probably built out maybe 2 or 3 years after the Polaris at Eastgate gets realized. We're recommending partial funding for this project, And what that partial funding is demonstrating to the county is our member cities' commitment to move this project forward and get it into pipeline. It'll deliver 300 units of housing. 298 of those units will be affordable at 60% AMI, and there will be set-asides for large families and children and disabled. A similar project also proposed by Horizon Housing and Inland Group is the redevelopment of the Together Center, which is a human services delivery site in downtown Redmond, which is a one-story renovated or rehabilitated mall, strip mall. They're proposing to go up, and this will realize 288 units of housing, some of it very deeply affordable. 80 units will be created using what are called 9% tax credits, which bring a whole lot of subsidy. About 70% of the value of the project comes in the form of tax credits, and that will allow housing of homeless individuals as well as very low-income individuals. And the remainder of the project will be in the 15-60% AMI range for families. This project, we are recommending, or the Executive Board is recommending to you to fully fund the 9% portion, which allows us to get those tax credits this year, and to essentially start the investment in the 4% project, which will be phased in hopefully this year as well, but gets the ball rolling to get other additional equity. And then finally, there are a couple of projects, similar projects, group homes, adult family home for 5 individuals who are living with developmental disability. And the project sponsor here is Community Homes. We've done a number of their projects. They really come out well, and they serve that population well, because what they have as their model is a live-in care provider living with that other household of 5 developmentally disabled. So it's a shared arrangement: upstairs, care provider; downstairs, those that are being served through the program. They're also looking at a smaller model right now. It's called shared living, and it will be 3 beds for disabled, developmentally disabled individuals. And the exciting part about that one is they have a potential location, and we're working on a purchase and sale. So that one's moving forward. They've had struggles in the last funding round securing properties, given the budget that they proposed and the real estate market appreciating as much as it did. This year, we feel that the budget is adequate for them to achieve the adult family home within a year. There's one more project that's not on your list, and that is a project that Lindsay talked about. It is the Women and Family Shelter in Kirkland. That's being developed on a church site, a corner of a church site. And that project was impacted with the need to take care of stormwater, the impact of the existing church structure on the new development. So that's required an additional $175,000 for that project. Kirkland is willing to advance those dollars. So it's not on your list, but the rest of these projects are. So just a quick overview of how we're hoping that our member cities will fund this. We're looking to you to invest $143,180 from past year's trust fund investment that is sitting in your central account administered through the City of Bellevue. So that does not relate to any of the 2020 dollars. It's money that's there. We've had to cobble together funds for $5 million worth of projects, so we are probably maximizing just about every city's ability to fund these projects. So there won't be much money left after this, but there will certainly be more projects coming forward. I think that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. We've got questions, starting with Deputy Mayor, followed by Councilmember Ross.
Yeah, I didn't have a question. I was just going to go ahead and move to approve the resolution for the Arch Housing Trust Fund, which would include authorizing the expenditure of $143,180 from the Sammamish account.
Second.
Okay, we have a first and a second discussion. No discussion? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. 7-0 for the record.
Thanks, Karen.
Okay, next on the agenda is security cameras.
Okay. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, Mr. Acting City Manager. I'm Anjali Maya, Deputy Director of the Parks, Recreation and Facilities Department, here with Grayson Court, Management Analyst of our department, to present the topic of security cameras in city facilities. As part of the mid-biennial budget process last year, funds were authorized for cameras to be installed at City Hall, replacing cameras at City Hall, new cameras at the Maintenance and Operations Center and select city parks. We do not have a policy in place to govern the use of these cameras to ensure that we can access the information needed to prevent or address crime while recognizing privacy rights. Your packet materials include the proposed policy, which staff is looking to City Council for consideration and approval tonight. The next steps will be to move into specifics of the security camera system itself. With that, I'll turn it over to Grayson for a presentation on the policy development and other details to help inform your decision.
All right, great. Thank you very much. And can you hear me all right? Perfect, wonderful. So yes, my name is Grayson Court, Management Analyst in Parks, Recreation, and Facilities. It's a real pleasure being here, meeting everybody for the first time. And so with that, let's go ahead and get right into it. So today we are talking about security camera policy in city facilities. Just an overview of what we're going to be talking about tonight. Again, we're going to talk a little bit about the objective, what we're trying to get out tonight, provide an overview of the current security camera systems. We're going to talk a little bit about policy development and then provide a couple slides that provide an overview generally of the policy itself, provide an update on the timeline of where we've gotten to this point and what we plan in the future. And then we'll, of course, be opening up the floor for any comments and questions. So moving forward, so what we are going to be talking today about is, does council approve a proposed policy to govern security cameras in city facilities and properties? And what's really important here is that what we're talking about here is, does council approve an overarching framework that guides and governs the use and the operations of security cameras? And so that's what we're really trying to focus on today, as we previously mentioned. So a little overview of the current security camera system. So it can be broken out into a few different ways. At City Hall, there currently are 14 cameras. And this is currently managed and operated by the King County Sheriff's Office. So this includes some of these locations, such as the parking lot, stairwells, hallways, garage, front entrance, skate park, etc. Because it's managed and operated by the King County Sheriff's Office, any policy records, public disclosure requirements, process these operations related to these cameras. These are currently the responsibility of the Sheriff's Office, not to the city. In addition to these locations, there's additional cameras that are located in areas occupied by the King County Sheriff's Office, which includes the holding area and then what's called the BAC room. That's short for the blood alcohol content. So in the event where someone is pulled over for a DUI, this is where they get processed. Again, similar to most security cameras around City Hall, any policies, records, disclosures, et cetera. That is all based on the responsibility of the King County Sheriff's Office, not the city. And then lastly, there are cameras at the Sammamish Community and Aquatic Center locations, which are managed and operated by the YMCA, and that's done independently. So the question, why security cameras? Security cameras support law enforcement efforts through crime prevention, crime detection, and aiding in criminal prosecution. Most common police calls at government and public buildings and facilities, at least related to public safety and property crimes, would be situations such as suspicious activity, larceny, which is a type of theft, most commonly known as vehicle break-ins, where someone breaks out a window and takes a handbag. That's something that's very common that we see at our city parks. Trespassing, vandalism, and harassment and assaults. We do have listed up here active threats. What's really important here is that, yes, while active threats are what is commonly known as an active shooter, while it's relatively a lower risk, it is incredibly dangerous and it has a huge impact, and it's something that we do really need to be able to prioritize. That's something that's very important for city staff. So, in talking about the city's plan for 2020, so we talked a little bit about the current setup and what we are planning moving forward, which is why we're coming to the council with this policy, is that the city of Sammamish proposes in replacing the King County Sheriff's Office cameras and operating its own security camera system. So these are these locations that we previously mentioned, the parking lot, stairwells, hallways, front entrance, skate park, etc. In addition, installing and operating cameras at the Maintenance and Operations Center. And finally, lastly, installing and operating cameras at certain select city parks, typically in the parking lot areas, specifically Beaver Lake, Pine Lake, and Sammamish Landing. For the King County Sheriff's Office, they would then continue to operate the cameras in areas occupied by the Sheriff's Office. So that would be the PAC room, the holding area, hallways, police parking lot. So those that would not be part of the city's camera system. They would continue to be operating and managing that themselves. It would be a completely separate system. In addition, the same as the cameras at the Community and Aquatic Center, which would be managed by the YMCA. So a little discussion about the policy development to get to this process. So there's a number of different things in addition to having security cameras. These are what is currently being done around the city concerning safety and security activities. The Department of Parks and Recreation Facilities several years ago first began to respond to vehicle prowls by working with the Sammamish Police Department to increase patrols in parking lots, to combat vandalism and car break-ins at parking lots. At city parks, staff installed motion detection lighting, as well as signage for park users. These are the type of signs that you would normally see to be mindful of leaving valuable items in your vehicles. In addition, the city also created a building safety and security team to evaluate and plan for safety issues for city staff and facilities. So a good example of this would be the most recent visitor security policy. If a visitor comes to city policy, even if they're a vendor, if they're a consultant that we are aware of, they still have to check in at the front desk and they have to get a little badge, just like city staff, or one that says visitor. That's just an example, but we also talk about these security cameras, buffer zone security trainings, emergency management and preparedness, and other topics. In addition to work, department staff are now conducting crime analysis using data provided by the King County Sheriff's Office Crime Analysis Unit. And the city has also assigned a detective, I believe it was maybe a few years ago, from the King County Sheriff's Office Special Emphasis Team that would allow law enforcement to target specific locations across the city in order to proactively address criminal activity. So really simply, why is policy needed? Four really main points here. It's essentially to govern the use of security cameras, follow best practices and guidance, setting parameters on restricting use, and then recognizing privacy rights. And that is why we need policy before we actually have cameras recording in these areas. So that process required a lot of work from all the different affected stakeholders within the city. It required development, working with multiple departments that would be impacted and play roles. That includes different divisions within the Parks, Recreation and Facilities Department, City Clerk's Office, Sammamish Police Department, Information Technology, that Building Safety and Security team that I previously mentioned, and then the City Attorney's Office. And then what's been really important is that this is just not a one-time, plan, our planning process. We are going to be in continued talks with all impacted departments to plan for and anticipate any changes to normal operations and current business practices that may result from a new security camera system. Little overview of the research and planning that went into the development of this policy. This first began with the advice from the City Attorney's Office. Staff initiated these steps at developing a comprehensive policy that addresses the safety and privacy concerns of installing and maintaining security cameras. In order to develop the right policy for the city, staff reviewed examples from other cities, examined case studies and research findings, interviewed Sammamish Police Department officers, reviewed findings from the 2018 Police Services Study, and researched best practices and recommendations from external agencies. And then lastly, the department conducted a citywide audit, which we call a privacy impact assessment, which we'll be describing in the next slide. So part of the policy development process, the department conducted what's called a privacy impact assessment in 2019 to evaluate the important issues related to security cameras, and this ranges from protecting personal privacy to technical details on how information can be collected, stored, and shared. So this framework, a little background here, the framework was used to create this assessment was originally a product of, back in 2007, of a 2-day public workshop coordinated by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security to examine the best practices for government use of security camera technology. Following that workshop, which got a lot of feedback from different stakeholders and kind of across the nation, and we kind of have a list up here. Homeland Security released an informational guide of best practices for government use of security cameras, along with a tool called this privacy impact assessment for cities to utilize. So when staff first began reviewing best practices and examples from other jurisdictions, and this even includes different cities within Washington state, it became pretty clear that the majority of city policies have and are based off of this framework. It kind of just follows these general guidelines, and as a result, staff developed its own assessment using this framework, which is attached following, if you review the agenda bill, the privacy impact assessment for the use of security cameras in city facilities is our audit that we conducted ourselves, which serves as the foundation of this policy. So a little overview of our privacy impact assessment. Essentially what we're trying to do is answer the questions who, what, where, why, how is information being collected, how these cameras are integrated into a larger law enforcement strategy, the different risks and effects to security cameras, and the different protections and alternatives for cities to evaluate in addition to using security cameras as crime deterrence and prevention. What's really important about this assessment is that these are usually used to audit existing security camera systems. So a good example is if you look at, let's say, the city of Chicago or Baltimore, what they would do is they would have a city auditor who would actually go in and conduct an audit after the fact. Maybe the system has been running for 10 years. What we decided to do is we conducted our own assessment first in order to provide guidance and clarity when developing a policy and plan for the installation and operation of cameras rather than after the fact. So when you read through the privacy impact assessment, you will see terms such as will or may, because we don't have a system in place yet. So this is what we are tentatively aiming for. We are planning, and we're going to show this on the timeline, but we will be conducting a follow-up privacy impact assessment once those full details are known and are in operation. This is a document available obviously for public review. It's part of the agenda bill and something that is certainly something that can be shared. So the next two slides are just going to be providing an overview of policy. The first are the general guiding principles. So cameras would be recording in public areas similar to presence of police and city staff. One thing that, the type of language that's commonly used by legal analysts is that these cameras would be recording areas that does not violate reasonable expectations of privacy. So a good way to describe that is if I'm at home reading a book, do I have a reasonable expectation of privacy? Generally, yes. If I am on a city sidewalk or at a city park watching a baseball game, do I have a reasonable expectation of privacy? So that's where a lot of legal experts start drawing that line. Policy limiting the number of different cameras and restricting the use of stored recordings. Cameras would be used for safety and security purposes only, and footage released in accordance with city policy or as required by state law. Designated staff would only have access, and those who do have access would go through training.
While you're paused for just a second, we need a motion to extend. I move to extend till 11 p.m.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so in addition to the general guidelines, I also cover some specific details such as operating procedures, notification and signage, records retention, and roles and responsibilities. So for instance, operating procedures, these cameras would be operational. They would not pretend to be recording, right? We do not have fake cameras pretending to be recording. They would be installed and maintained on a permanent basis. That we would not be temporarily up and then taken down during certain seasons. Notification and signage. So while individual cameras would not be individually identified or marked, we will be providing notice that you are entering an area that is being monitored. Records retention, there are some strict records retention requirements. Footage and images must be retained for a minimum of 30 days. And staff would be providing oversight of the delivery of the system, public records request retention, et cetera. And then also outlines the different roles and responsibilities from a lot of the major departments, ones that we pretty much listed off previously, the ones that we've worked with in developing out this policy. So lastly, we're going to just show a little bit of the timeline of how we've gotten here. So the project start date was beginning of July. Privacy impact assessment was completed at the end of September with the draft policy completed in early October. We presented this policy twice to the Parks and Recreation Commission during their November-December meetings. And then in January, just last month, we kind of tightened it up and conducted the policy review process where we finalized language. We got legal review from the city attorney's office, and now we are here for policy to be reviewed. And hopefully, if approved by council, we will then move forward with the ability to go out to bid, and the installation replacement process would occur within this winter and spring months. Within, as we previously mentioned, a follow-up privacy impact assessment this time next year, once we know what the system is looking like, how it's operating, and we have that information that we can provide. So with that, we are now, and actually, yeah, nope, that's all we have today. So right now, what we have left is comments and questions. And just as a reminder, as we mentioned previously at the beginning, the objective was, does council approve a proposed policy to govern security cameras in city facilities and properties?
Okay, I've got questions. So first up is going to be Councilmember Stewart, followed by Deputy Mayor.
So first of all, thank you very much. I would wholeheartedly agree that we should have a policy in place before we start capturing these recordings, so I really appreciate that. I think it's really important. Some of the areas where I have concerns are around, I think we need more detail around the how we would protect the identities of people when public records requests are made. So I just could think of three scenarios off the top of my head that would be very concerning to me. If one of my children was a victim of a crime, and so that recording was saved because a potential crime was committed, and someone made a public records request, I would want the identity of my child to be protected in that public records sharing, because once someone gets that public record, they can put it anywhere they want to, right? There's no control over that. In that same scenario, there could be a bystander that gets captured in that video that's saved, and they may want their identity to be protected as well. So I think it's really important that we have detailed in our policy how we will, whether it's through blurring or whatever method of redaction, to protect people's identities. There's actually a third person in that same video whose identity needs to be protected in a public records request, and that's the person who's being accused of committing a crime. You are innocent until proven guilty, and I think it's really important that those identities also be protected. That's not to say that the police and everybody can't use it, but in a public records request situation, I think it's really critical, particularly when you're dealing with minors, right? I mean, even if the person is guilty, I don't know. I mean, I've seen enough shaming on just people not parking properly at the grocery store, on social media. I would hate to think what would happen if there was an actual video of someone committing a real crime. I just think we need to be really careful. So before I think we move forward, I think we really need to tighten that up. In addition to that, I think we need to seriously consider who would process those public records requests for the videos. And it's not to say that I don't think that staff could handle it. I just don't know that I want to put the burden on anyone, whether it be in the city clerk's office or anyone else on staff, to be responsible for making sure that that happens, and that if there are other legal things, I almost feel like a third party may be in a better position to handle that, so that there are not accusations of impropriety or anything like that. So I think those are some of the areas where I think we would need to maybe make some policy adjustments before I'd feel comfortable approving this. There's also some language that says we might, I don't know the exact language, but talks about potentially using AI or facial recognition in the future. I think that needs to be removed. I think if we want to use that in the future, we can amend the policy at that time. Most AI and facial recognition and machine learning technologies are known to have biases, and I think until that's worked out, I don't think that we should have that breadth in our policy today. I think we should say, no, we're not going to use that now. When we get to that point, let's develop the policy to be there. So those are my concerns. I think if I read it correctly, that the idea would be we'd put it out to bid, and there would be a third party who would do the storage, so it would not be our IT department who would be required to store this. Is that correct?
The records would be a property of the city of Sammamish as a public record. That's
Correct.
consistent with Washington State public records laws. It would be stored, since we don't know the system, we can't really describe it, but it would be for example, like a server where this information would be the city's data, it'd be the city's records,
Yep.
but it would be hosted by a third party.
Correct. Okay. I think that's better, because again, I think that it is a huge burden to have to protect that. Again, we want to protect all of our public records, but I feel like video is a lot more sensitive. So if it's going out to a third party, that puts that onus on them. Obviously, we'd want to be very careful who we select and make sure that they would be able to protect those records. So those are my concerns. So I think, again, I fundamentally agree we should have a policy in place. I'm not sure that I can support this policy as written right now. Thanks.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I do have some questions, and during public comment, it was brought up, the reason that we're having this policy, it states, is to deter criminal activity, if you will, and to aid in the prosecution of those that are committed. But what we heard during public comment, and I'd be curious to know, we have our chief of police in the background, although he probably did not come with that information in his back pocket, would be to better understand. So the YMCA has cameras. Our public comment gave a data point, which was 1, I think. But I do have some curiosity relative to existing cameras the YMCA being an example. I personally don't think cameras deter criminal activity. We see it all the time. Just take a look on Facebook and Nextdoor, and you've got pictures of people breaking into cars in front of cameras all night long. So I'm not sure they're a deterrent. I guess if we're going to put cameras up, I want to be sure that they're achieving the goals that we're setting out to through the policy. And if we don't have some type of data, I mean, some people, I guess, cameras might deter, but again, they don't seem to be a deterrent for people with them in their houses. So do we have any data?
We do not have our own data, but we did interview the city of Maple Valley, which has, they installed a security camera system back, starting in March. And this was in a location which is called, I always get this one wrong, Lake Wilderness Park. I don't know if folks have been in that area, and that's kind of a similar type of property to Beaver Lake Park, which is why we were very interested in not only the cost and how it operated, but the impact. And in fact, we specifically asked them, do you have data? And while they didn't collect data, they could tell us that prior to the installation and the reason why they installed the cameras was because they had, 2 to 3 vehicle break-ins per month. And once they installed the cameras, and this was a conversation that we had in October, when they installed the cameras in March, they had since then had 0 car break-ins. And this is not been able to successfully prosecute someone who broke into a car. These were 0 break-ins. And so that's all the information that we have in terms of the form of data, just simply by having an interview with another municipality which has similar issues and similar needs when it comes to the use of security cameras.
Okay, but on the data front, how many break-ins are we getting then on a monthly basis in our parks?
So what I can say is that when we take a look at our the crime data in our facilities, when we conduct our own analysis, specifically with larceny, over the last year in 2019, and this is just off the top of my head, we had about 13, 15 break-ins is when we take a look at our own data.
Into vehicles in parking lots, is that correct?
We don't have specific, this is police calls to calls of larceny, and that's how the King County Sheriff's Office Crime Analysis Unit provides that information to us. We do not have details of each individual case.
Okay, so 13 to 15 in 2019. So
correct.
Not excessive, I would say, throughout all of our parks. I'm not diminishing the impact. I had a friend and she's had her car broken into twice at Pine Lake Park. It's very frustrating as an owner of a vehicle to go and try and enjoy the lake with your kids, come back and find that someone has smashed out your window and taken your purse. So, I think there is a value add for our community, especially if, Maple Valley has seen a decrease in their thing. I do share some of the concerns relative to privacy, and I'm wondering if we've investigated any other use for cameras, maybe specific to not filming parking lots specifically, but there's technology out there that will read license plates so that if a vehicle will go drive into a park that is on a national registry, it would tip the police right away. The technology exists right now. Flock Safety is a company out there that's installing in neighborhoods right now and does that very technology, and they can link into police and say, hey, a car that's on the registry as a stolen vehicle just drove into this neighborhood, and dispatch police, which might mitigate some of our concerns relative to people's faces showing up if it's just picking up license plates of cars driving in and out as a alternative, although it may be more costly. And then relative to the cost question, if we're going to look at video coverage for redaction of people's faces in videos, that sounds like it could be a costly adventure for the city too. And I'd be curious as to budget implications for in-housing or sending that out to be done, because my guess is that if you're looking for one car that broke in at, sometime between 12 and 3 when I was at the park, that's potentially a lot of video footage for someone to sit down and look through.
For clarification, the 13 to 15 cars that you mentioned, was that citywide or just in parks?
That were in all city-owned facilities. That was excluding City Hall. And one thing to mention about this particular crime data, and in particular when it comes to larceny, is that these are reported cases to police. Reported cases to police. There are many cases where someone breaks into their vehicle and they do not call law enforcement. So that's information that's not captured.
Okay, we have still got a bunch here, so we're going to go to Councilmember Gamlin, followed by Councilmember Ross, then Councilmember Ritchie.
So on your presentation, looking at the Homeland Security CCTV best practices, that's December of '07, right? The world has absolutely changed in the technology and facial recognition and AI since 2007. Are we basing our best practices on a 2007 report?
That's a great question, and I guess the best way to describe this is when we looked at examples from other cities, including in Washington State, they followed the same framework. It might not have been exactly the same language, but the same guiding framework about the attention to privacy concerns, about who would be involved with processing records requests. This is something that, again, is useful for some agencies and useful for others that are not. The reason why it's useful for the city of Sammamish is because it does provide high-level guidance, and that's what, first of all, that's what we're talking about here today, is just high-level guidance. Obviously, technologies change, but high-level intentions on how to best practice, how to best guide and derive decision-making was pretty consistent, especially when we saw how other cities use that framework.
I have problems with the thought that in 2007, somebody might look through the video, and if they happen to recognize the face by some odds, then you're great. Right now, using AI and facial recognition, you can run it through a database and recognize almost any face. So it is an absolute difference in best practice, whether it's high level or low level. And I would really like to think about some way of updating those best practices from 13 years ago as a basis for our policy. Okay, that's my first input. Second one is, you mentioned you have a 30-day minimum retention policy. So do we have a mandatory erasure timeline of these images? So we have 30 days, we have to keep them. What is in the policy? How long do we keep them before we have to get rid of them?
So yeah, so minimum 30 days, and then the city can decide if wishes to extend it longer. And that's a decision that would have to come once we have further talks. We are hearing feedback from, as a public process, we are hearing feedback from the public, from the Parks Commission, from council, and we are using this information to help us guide in how we want to actually run the system if we do go out to bid. So if we hear feedback that longer is something that is advisable, we then consider that as feedback. Standard practices would simply say to keep that that minimum 30 days and to be that hard cutoff.
Okay,
and to not keep
I'm
it
not sure
any
you got
longer.
my question. My question is, 30 days is minimum. What is the policy on when that data is lost? When do we get rid of it? When do we erase it? How long do we keep it? And is there a policy on that?
Not how it's done operationally. There's two different ways. Either the system would automatically erase it after 30 days, or staff would go in and physically erase that information
Right,
after 30 days.
But is that in the policy now with a set date on when that happens?
No, because that goes more into the details of like the nuts and bolts. The privacy impact assessment, that's usually where that's spelled out, is like that operational side of what's going to happen in practice. The guidance from the policy is a little bit more high level.
Okay. My last point is I would love to see a little more input in here from a law enforcement side. This is being sold in large extent as a law enforcement tool, and yet I see very, very little factual detail here on how it actually helps or in a law enforcement situation. I've seen videos or shows on, for example, London seems they have one in every doorway and every stoplight has a camera, and they track people through the city. I don't think that's the level we're looking at here, but since this is a law enforcement-centric proposal and policy, I would really love to see detail on what law enforcement is advising, what they would like, what they wouldn't like, and whether they consider this to be a tool that they want and need in law enforcement management for the city. Thank you.
Councilmember Ross, then Councilmember Ritchie.
Okay, thank you. You used Lake Wilderness as an example of deterrence and sound like a success story. Do you know if they relied on prominently displayed signs or visible cameras or some communication such as social media? How did it deter them? What methodology did they use, or a combination of all those or any of those?
Sure. So from speaking with folks, there's a sign when they drive in to the park saying that you are being actively monitored, and I haven't been there myself, but I believe that there's some other signage indicating that they're entering a place that's being actively monitored.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ritchie.
Thank you. Thank you for this. I agree that it's needed. I definitely share Councilmember Gamblin and Councilmember Stewart's concerns. I guess my hope is that we can not take action on this tonight, one way or the other. I think there's enough concerns that have been expressed that, but I do want to, I guess, table with the date certain in the future would be my request at this point. So before I make that motion, have you heard from us enough, and do you have what you need from us to try to come back in X period of time with more details, specifically the possibly updating the 2007 technology standards, and what types of privacy concerns are technologically and frankly budgetarily feasible? I mean, that's trying to, take everything that's been said, but I won't make my motion till the mayor speaks, sorry. But is there a time, is that things you can get to us by a certain period of time? I mean, I guess, I want to see something come of this. I'm in favor of the idea, but I think there's been some serious concerns expressed, and I share them.
Yes. Yeah, we'd be happy to look into it and get back to you. You can find a time. We're actually in the process of trying to figure out agenda items on our work plan, and we'll work with the acting city manager to find a date a month from now or so when we have the information ready.
Appreciate it.
Okay, I do want to get my comments in here. The woman who spoke at public comment, I want to say everything she said, because you made a comment that really kind of hit home for me. And when you made the comment of, if you go into a park, do you expect to have privacy? Yes, I do. I do expect, if I go for a walk in the park, I expect to have privacy. I don't expect to have a camera on me. So that is what I expect. So if this is going to come back, I understand that we have, and I think it could be good that there are cameras that are in parking lots. I understand we need to protect our buildings, but to think that we would put cameras on people just in the park, I will never like that idea. I just think that's appalling. Second thing is the idea that anybody who does not have some sort of police background or something, a security background, looking at and being in control of any sort of videos is very scary to me. So I would suggest that we would either work with the police, that they would be in control of any videos that were taken, and they would be the ones that would review anything that had to be done. And if we had to get a third party, it'd be somebody with some sort of security background. It should not, we should never be putting any of our employees in a position where they would be in that spot doing that. I see a nightmare with that. I just think that's a huge problem. I just think it's a risky position to put anybody from staff into. And then I'd like to see what studies were done that shows that we have to do. I mean, you said 13 to 15. What? Show me what has come up that is forcing us to spend this kind of money. And I'd like to see kind of a plan of, we've got 13 to 15 incidents. So, okay, maybe we need to put some lights, maybe some cameras in some parking lots, but we're talking about something much, much more. And I'd like to see what it is that triggered that and what we're trying to fix.
Right. So I'd like to answer that as to, why we started this whole effort. And so we have cameras currently at City Hall that are old and need to be replaced. So that's one part of what we are dealing with. But then the other part is we've had a few incidents at our parks, and the three to mention are Sammamish Landing. We've had several break-ins, and we've had the same at Beaver Lake Park. We also had a really unfortunate loss of life that really triggered this discussion, and the sense from the community that we were hearing, and council heard that too, that we have people working in technology in the city. We have the affordability, and with all the access we have to technology, how come we do not have something as basic as the ability to record and be able to investigate a crime of that nature? So there was, obviously a significant reaction to that one incident. And then at Pine Lake Park, we've had some larceny and some vandalism around the restroom building and the docks. So to clarify, for parks, we aren't looking at placing cameras just anywhere in parks. There is no need right now, and there is, it's expensive. So it would be limited. Right now, the proposal is for the three parks mentioned. It would be the parking lot at Sammamish Landing, the parking lot at Beaver Lake Park, and around the building at Pine Lake Park. So these are the two separate things. Cameras at City Hall are just old and need to be replaced.
So I'd like to move that we table this for the next available slot based upon the city manager and staff working together to find a place to do it.
Second.
But not more than 60 days?
Sure, we can make that happen.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor with a first and a second, and we've, gosh, I'm getting tired.
Yes, right.
This is why we don't go past 10 o'clock. Okay, discussion. Councilmember Ross? Oh, and he doesn't have anything else. Okay, no discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? 7-0 for the record.
Thank you.
Okay. This should go fast, right? Oh, dear. Okay, next is external committee appointments.
Mayor and Deputy Mayor, good evening. I think this will be a quick one. As you remember, back in December, you had your Suburban Cities committee appointments were already made, right? So those are done. So what we're looking at tonight is to just make a few appointments to your non-SCA committee appointments, and they are on the screen before you. Basically, replacing Romero Valderrama on the EF&R board, or any other changes that you might wish to make to your committees tonight.
So we have missing on here, unless it's getting late and I don't see it. We do need the SCA committee for PIC.
Oh,
the Public Issues Committee.
It is here.
Oh, there we go.
It's
Okay.
down.
Got
So
it.
it's this one, right? Where?
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Just making sure.
Okay, so let's go through these one by one. And I'm going to look at the screen here and see if anything lights up as I go through them. Regional Coalition for Housing, currently we've got Christy and we have Chris Ross. Does anybody want any changes to that committee?
I do.
All right. We have a light on. Deputy Mayor?
Yes. So I have never been looped in on any of these meetings, and I've never attended a single one. So
good to know.
I'm happy to have somebody else jump on there. I don't have bandwidth.
Is that because they haven't had any? Because I don't remember being.
I don't get any emails about it, so
No.
happy to have somebody else do this.
I can reach out to Lindsay Masters. Maybe she would help us.
Okay, so
I don't have
I've got Councilmember Ritchie.
I was going to say, I mean, I'd be happy to sit in on that committee and reach out to whomever so that we're at least in the loop, either as an alternate or primary, if that would help, and step off of ETP.
Okay. Anybody else want to? We needed a backup there on the arch. Okay, let's come back to that. East Side Fire and Rescue. We need somebody to fill in Ramiro, and I've got 3 lights on. Okay, I'm going to go 1, 2, 3 here. So I've got Councilmember Ross, followed by Councilmember Gamblin, followed by Councilmember Stewart. Councilmember Ross, you start.
I'm alternate currently. I'd like to be considered for member.
Okay.
Or FAC, I guess, as well.
Yeah. Yeah, and just to point out that the goal of that is that the alternate does move up. They want, Chief, the goal of that is that this is to keep the people there as long as possible. Chief's looking for knowledge to move up, I guess, is how he's kind of looking for that. All right, so 2 is Councilmember Gamlin.
So on these committees, it would help to know when they meet, how long they meet, what the responsibilities are. I work from 8 to 5.
Yep.
Obviously, I'm here for everything we need here, but to consider and intelligently comment on what's required. Do they meet during the day? They meet at night? They meet once a month, twice a month? I have no idea.
Okay, so they do not change their meeting times and will not change their meeting times. I can tell you when they meet.
For me, though, but they wouldn't change them for me?
I know.
Okay.
I know, how rude, right? Okay, so they meet, the FAC will meet at noon on Wednesday, on the second Wednesday.
Sometime. It's noon, though.
Yes, one meeting's at noon on a Wednesday, and then the following is going to be at 4 o'clock on a Thursday.
Second Thursday of the month, Ken. And the 2 board members traditionally are on the FAC.
Yeah.
2 meetings a month.
2 meetings a month.
No, not for the alternate, though. For the alternate for Eastside Fire and Rescue, you would go to 1 meeting a month. You would not be going to FAC.
That'd be the 4 o'clock meeting for the alternate.
4
That's
o'clock,
4 o'clock.
second Thursday of the month.
Yeah, I could do that.
Okay, so, all right, now, Councilmember Stewart.
I would also like to be the alternate, so.
Okay, so we've got 2 people looking at being alternate, and then going back for light, we have got Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I just wanted to, quick clarification, because the mayor had stated that we want people on EFR for a really long time, and I think the idea is to keep some continuity with board members, so Chris being an alternate moving up to the board makes sense, Karen being on again makes sense, but I think it also makes sense as a council, just as an FYI, that we're constantly cycling people through on these boards, because what happened is Ramiro Valderrama was on the board for 8 years and walked out the door, and so did all of his institutional knowledge. So if we need to rotate it through is my take, but the continuity piece is important, so I do support Karen and Chris being there and then getting a new alternate in, which should attend the meetings so that you are prepared to step in.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So, okay, so we've got 2 people looking for, okay, I'm going to just put this down there so we can get back to them and vote on them later. Okay, so we have 2 people for fire and rescue. We've got Ken and Pam. And I need my cheaters. And this would be Chris. Okay, so next is the East Side Transportation. And Jason, you were going to go off of that, leaving Chris Ross as the alternate. Do you want to do that, Chris?
When is ETP?
How often is that, Jason?
Monthly, 7:30 to 9, usually at Bellevue.
MBA office?
The Bellevue
That's
Education.
Master Builders?
No.
That's the East Side Transportation.
Oh, no, Bellevue School District office.
Oh, okay.
Kind of near Masterville, if you go up the hill, up first there by the Home Depot.
Okay, I'll do that.
There you go.
Okay, and I'm interested in that one as well.
You want prime or alternate?
Well, we
Karen?
need a primary and an alternate.
I'll do whatever.
Do you want, which one do you want?
We need
Chris,
two.
Chris, did you
Chris,
say
are
you
you
were going to
staying
stay
on?
on?
I'm staying on.
Oh,
but
you are, sorry.
If Karen, you have a
Does anybody else want that, interested in that committee?
It's all yours.
Yeah, I'm interested.
You're interested too? Okay.
I'll be right there.
All right. And you can do early morning meetings?
No,
Oh,
then I'm not interested.
30 to 9.
Oh, I thought it was 7:30 to 9 at night.
No, in the mornings.
In the
Oh, what
morning.
the hell? No, I'm out.
all right.
Can't get me in the morning.
Kokanee Working Group. So we've got, right now we've got Chris and then his alt. So Chris, you still want to do that?
So do I.
Okay, and this is the one that also meets in the middle of the day.
When is it?
It's usually about 12 to 2:30, if I recall. Quite a chunk of time. It's roughly quarterly.
Okay, so 12 to 2:30. You know what, Chris usually does not miss, so it would be if he misses. Does anybody else, because all right, I can continue to be your backup because you usually don't miss. Okay, Salmon Recovery Council, Pam, are you still interested in that?
I am, actually.
Excellent. Okay, and I have not had to go because you're always there.
I am.
When are the meetings?
I think they're Wednesdays. I'd have to double check, but it's
That's what I'm
like
looking for.
quarterly Wednesday meetings, roughly. I
What
think
time of the
slightly
day?
more.
What time of the day are they?
They just changed it, so I think they start at like 3.
3 to,
I think it's like 3 to 5, something like that. They made them a little bit earlier.
okay, so,
But
okay, so Kent and Ken, can either of you do 3 to 5?
they're whenever my calendar tells me to go is when they
All right.
are.
All right, so going to, oh, do we have?
Oh,
need to
sorry,
do
I
these tonight?
misspoke. They are actually Thursdays at 2.
This is all done? Well, we need to
Where's
do
the
pick.
meeting?
What, are we talking about Riot 8 still? Mm-hmm. They are Thursdays from 2 to 4:15, and they are usually at the Department of Ecology in Bellevue, kind of down near the Nissan dealership, down in that area.
I can't make that. It goes to 15.
Anybody else? Well, she really doesn't miss, so if you're going to miss,
Well, now I
Call
feel
me.
a lot of
Well,
pressure.
I can do the Kokanee Working Group as the alternate, Karen, if you're gonna
Okay,
do it.
perfect.
Okay.
that helps. Okay, so we're going to make you the alt for the Kokanee Working Group. And then I'll be the alt for you for the Salmon Recovery. All right, these are all done except for pick, right?
No, pick's not done. We need an alternate.
Yeah, we need an alternate.
And those are the second Wednesday of the month, starting at 7 p.m., just to clarify,
Or
not
6
a.m.
for the pre-pick meetings.
Yeah, the pre-pick's at 6, but the actual pick is at 7.
Okay, so let's see, lights are on here. Okay. Okay, so I'm going
There,
to go.
I'll do that.
I
How
didn't
about
mean to
that?
light this one. I have one to add later.
All right, so I have got Councilmember Treen.
Yeah, I'd be willing to do pick.
Okay. I'll let you have that one. And you're the only light I see on for that.
I withdrew.
Oh, look at you.
Allowing Kent to have one.
Look at you. Okay. Now, going back.
You can always attend.
And did you have a question?
I was going to add one.
What do you add?
I want to add a third member to the YMCA
Oh, yeah.
group.
Oh,
With
yeah.
Cornish rolling off, join Councilmember Stewart and I on that committee.
Committee.
The non-committee
So are there set times or it's
group
just
of
We haven't
people.
established yet. It's
yeah.
ad hoc.
Okay. The non-committee.
Because we don't have committees.
Right.
Can't be a committee.
I know, it's because it's late. All right. All right, so
The
who wants to
I think we
be-
called it the collection of people is actually what we technically
Collection of
called it.
people.
Oh, is that what I'm joining? The
Oh,
collection
okay,
of
so I have a
people?
light on. Ken Treen?
Yeah, I'll step up for Tom Hornish at the YMCA.
It's probably going to be during the day, just so you know.
I understand.
Okay,
I will
I just
be-
wanted to make sure you.
I'll make it work.
All right. Wow. All right. All right. So,
I would be calling him.
now let me see, make sure I've got everybody into something here.
You have doubles on EFR.
I have doubles on EFR, going back to EFR. Okay, so going back to EFR. Ken and Pam,
Ken doesn't have one, does he?
he doesn't have anything.
So
All right, so.
we need a vote if,
Okay, so we're gonna, okay, so Pam, Ken has nothing.
If he says please.
Sure, pretty please.
All right. There you go.
All right.
All yours, sir.
That was very nice, thank you. All right, so, would you like to hear what I have here? All right. So, we have got for Arch, we've got Councilmember Ritchie. We don't have a backup for that.
yeah, we don't have an alternate.
I'll be there.
He'll be there.
I don't even know what it is, but I'll figure it out.
He's gonna figure that one out.
Just had a
Eastside
long presentation
Fire
tonight on
is
it.
Karen.
I'll back up Councilmember Ritchie on Arch.
Okay.
Because it ties in with my joint recommendations committee with the CDBG, so.
Excellent. Okay, so it is going to be Councilmember Ritchie and Councilmember Ross
As the alternate.
as the alternate. East Side Fire and Rescue is going to be Moran and Ross, with the alternate being Ken Gamlin.
FAC.
And then FAC, of course, is going to be your two off of there, so it's going to be Moran and it's going to be Ross. East Side Transportation Partnership is going to be Chris Ross with Karen Moran as alt. Kokanee Working Group is Chris Ross. Backup is Christie. Salmon Recovery Council is Pam Stewart. And alt is Moran, because she never misses.
Now, see, you keep saying that. Now I feel like something's going to happen.
They're not. Okay, so pick is Kent Treen as alt.
YMCA.
And I haven't gotten there.
Okay.
And then the YMCA group of people,
Collection of people.
collection, is Ross, Stewart, and Kent Treen.
Easier to last name. Otherwise, it's too hard to do.
Boom, done.
Boom, done. Question?
Could you repeat the Raya 8?
It's Pam and myself as the alternate. No.
No.
Karen is the alternate, sorry.
Pam and Karen. It's what's already there.
Yep.
Okay, is that good? All right. If you have no questions, we're going to go on to council report.
It's already there. We don't need to read it, do we?
Nope. Councilmember Stewart had her stuff there, and then we go on to, here we go.
Wait, but are you going to go down and ask if any of us else have a report?
I actually have something that I did last Thursday, so I couldn't.
All right, then we are going to go quickly down the dais, starting with Councilmember Stewart. If you had anything you needed to report for the
So,
good of the order.
just for full disclosure, so I attended, not as a council member, but just as a person. I was in Olympia for the Environmental Lobby Day, and I had an opportunity to meet with 3 of our representatives. So if anyone has any questions, I'm happy to provide information there, and I've also been trying to provide some updates on some of the bills passing through the legislature on my Facebook page, my council member Facebook page, for things that I think are, reasonably impactful to Sammamish. So.
Councilmember.
Say something. So I've just attended a few meetings for orientation for Puget Sound Region Council, SCA. So that was really good orientations for a new elected official. Had a good time. I've also been to the Planning Commission, Arts Commissions, meetings, Human Services, and the Youth Board, just to introduce myself and say hi. New elected, and starting to meet some of those people that we put onto boards and stuff. And so that's it.
Excellent.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Gamlin?
No. Nothing to report.
Okay.
No report.
I'll write it up. No report.
Are we going to get a write-up on update from those of you that went down to Olympia on the city's behalf? Awesome. So there may be potential action next week at PIC. When the packet is done, I will forward that on. There's some stuff down in Olympia that SCA may be taking position on, and I'll forward that to you if there's action items.
Yeah, I went to Olympia. I'll confer with Mayor on a report through you.
All right, so that being done, we're going to move on to executive session. Executive session regarding land acquisition pursuant to RCW 42.30.1101B, and to evaluate the qualifications of the applicant for public employment pursuant to RCW 42.30.1101G. How long, guys? Half an hour. So it is, we'll return.
We need to
Okay, we will have to extend the meeting. Let's do it now.
We extend to 11:30.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? No.
That's right. I have a motion. Karen, I have a motion. I move that we authorize the city manager to make an offer for the purchase of parcel number 856290210 in the amount of $1,050,000 and enter into a purchase and sale agreement with the property owners.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 7-0 for the record.
To adjourn.
Nope.
Nope.
No.
You got
One more.
You got a motion in a second, so
Oh,
got to vote on it.
okay, got a motion on the floor and a second for adjournment. Discussion?
We're not done.
Okay, so we have to vote on it. All those in favor of adjournment, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, let's finish our business so we can get out of here. Okay? Who's taking care of we got, Deputy Mayor?
Oh, no, sorry, that's on from
All
the
right,
purchase.
so that leaves me with Councilmember Treen.
That we instruct the city manager, city attorney, to negotiate a contract with David Rudet to be the interim city manager of the city of Sammamish, concurrent with the completion of the condition with the EFR.
Second.
Okay, did you want to have any bookends on dates on that? Oh, we got okay, we have a first and a second discussion. Councilmember Ritchie.
Was that concurrent or contingent upon?
Concurrent or contingent.
You want to
That's what
contingent?
I'm asking.
I put
I
concurrent,
thought it
but
was
you want a
contingent.
contingent?
Should be contingent.
Should be contingent.
Should be contingent. Okay.
Contingent.
Contingent, but running concurrently. How about that?
Okay.
Second again.
Second again, okay. So, all those in favor?
Aye.
Are we not having discussion?
Discussion?
Oh, discussion? Councilmember Stewart.
One, I think this is a big decision, and I think having it occur at 11:40 at night is probably not the best. It certainly has bad optics, at the very least, to the public. I think there are concerns that were raised that we need to discuss, that we were told were not appropriate to discuss in executive session around the appropriateness of the reporting relationship and just the fact that someone is willing to take on a job where they have a family member in a reporting relationship. And I have concerns about that because I think that it is a big deal, and I'm concerned of the liability that it exposes to our city. That's why we have an HR policy against it.
Okay, we're going to Councilmember Treen, then Councilmember Gamblin.
Yeah, so first and foremost, the biggest decision that we make as a council is who the city manager is. So we've been on this process, I'll call it, for over a month, and it's about time we made an action and moved forward and take care of the needs of the city, help Chip out. He's been needing the help since I got on this council, and so we've got somebody who has the experience that could come in and help us out right away and take care of the needs. And the nepotism issue that's being addressed is we're going to take care of that with the East Side Fire and Rescue. So that's definitely a non-issue. So moving forward, let's go.
Okay, Councilmember Gamblin.
So I just wanted to quickly note that looking at Mr. Rudet's CV, I'll quote his career summary, nearly 40 years of increasing responsible leadership and management experience in local and county government, including city manager, public works director, fire chief, extensive experience in city county management, finance, budgeting, community development, human resource development, public safety. He has basically done every single job we could need someone to do to prepare them to be an interim city manager for our city, from being a city manager of Orange in California, city of about, I believe, about 80,000 people for 10 years. He's been a fire chief. He's been in interim positions in a county executive officer, interim city manager for cities. He's been a general manager, interim fire chief, interim public works director, interim city manager, interim fire chief again. And several of these positions were rehired years later after he initially done his job as interim, rehired a second time to do the same or a similar job again. There's a letter from the city of Alameda, who Mr. Rudet worked with recently, to whom it may concern. It has been an honor and privilege to work with Mr. Dave Rudet as our interim city manager. Unfortunately, our city had experienced a rough time at best and needed someone to help to step in. After working with a competent recruiting firm, council and I reviewed multiple resumes and interviewed several candidates. I had never worked with Mr. Rudet before. However, his qualifications were well-rounded. He had worked full-time as a firefighter while getting his undergraduate degree in accounting. He served as a city manager for 10 years, a position where an average where it usually is an average of 3 to 5 years. I was grateful he accepted the position. Serving with him has been a pleasure. He has been able to join me in multiple meetings of various subject matter and was always prepared, confident, and able to genuinely add relevant comments and concerns to move the issues along. He is one of the strongest, well-rounded, competent leaders of organizations that I've had the pleasure to work with. He genuinely cares about all employees. He has worked well with our executive assistants, assistant city manager, city attorney, and rank and file. I highly recommend Mr. Rudat. He's truly an asset to organizations wanting exceptional leadership. Sincerely, Trish Herrera Spencer, Mayor, City of Alameda. We need an interim. The city has been without one for a while. I don't think we'd ever going to see a more qualified candidate. Quite frankly, I'm not sure we'd ever had a more qualified candidate as a city management that has this kind of resume. The council has been working diligently to overcome any potential problems with nepotism. We have a perfect solution. And with an opportunity to have a man like this come in and work with our city and guide us to finding a full-time city manager long-term and for solving maybe some of our short-term problems, I don't think we can touch this. So I think it's something that we need to do.
Okay, then, thank you. I'm going to put in my 2 cents worth, and then we're going to go to our last round here. Hopefully it'll be fast. First of all, I don't believe that anybody is doubting the qualifications. So I want to, I don't believe that's what Councilmember Stewart was after. I don't think there's any doubt that this gentleman is more than qualified for this position. And so I want to go on record saying that he is more than qualified for this position. So I just want to make that clear. I don't think that was the intent by anything. I want to make sure that when we're making this motion, my comment is that that as we send Chip off to work on this, the goal is that perhaps we put bookends on it. So the goal is to have him, perhaps Mr. Rudat, in seat within, a meeting or 2 meetings, whatever that is, so that we have an ending date for this, so that we're working on it. If anybody's got any idea of how they'd like to word that, don't ask me now.
Do we technically have control over that?
We have to get that worked out with
Yeah.
Lisa.
I mean, we kind of do. Okay.
As soon as possible.
All right, so.
As soon as possible.
As soon as possible. All right. So we've got, okay, we're going to go to our last round. I'm going to ask everybody to please keep it short. No more platforms. All right, Councilmember Stewart.
I just want to say that I completely agree with Councilmember Treen that this is the most important decision that we make, and that we haven't interviewed any other candidates, and that I think is not appropriate, right? As a council, we only interviewed one person, and I don't think have cast a net. So again, I think the mayor summed it up. I'm not necessarily casting any dispersion against Mr. Rudat, but I think that for such an important position, that to only interview one person is not the responsible thing to do, especially considering these challenges that we are facing with the nepotism.
Okay, so Councilmember Gamblin.
So we've had this position open for quite a long time. We've actually had several candidates available, but as we had a public comment today from Mr. Valderrama, we don't want to offer long-term contracts, which we end up making big long-term payouts on, that will not set well with our residents. We've already done that several times. So what we did is we offered a shorter-term contract for a city manager. We had other available candidates, but they declined to operate and participate under a short-term contract. So it's not that we chose only one person. We have only one person that's raised their hand under these conditions that we are willing to work with. So I believe we should go ahead with the motion.
Question.
Okay, we have a call for the question. Okay.
Need a second?
It's already been moved and seconded.
Great.
Moved in second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
We have a 5-2.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.